I met a gypsy.
All right, let's do it.
Fucking nervous, Daniel. I don't get nervous for these.
I'm nervous as well, mate. Fuck.
Oh yeah.
How good's the background? But so
I
good.
think you've nailed it. It's very avant-garde. Daniel Ricciardo, welcome to Gypsy Tales. I feel like I've been waiting for a while to say that, mate.
I'm. Does this mean I'm part of the Gypsy gang?
Yeah, I feel like you've actually been part of the Gypsy gang for a while. Just this makes it like really formal.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a beautiful thing, mate. Well, I'm all locked up, so there's no better time than now.
Yeah. We were sort of. I feel like we had a couple opportunities to try and do this earlier in the year, and then we're like, we'll wait to do it in person. And then you live in Perth, which is essentially the world's largest landmass of a prison. We don't have to go there, but it was like, you know what? You got 4 hours to kill, so let's just do it. The time is now.
Yeah, yeah. I know it's mate. I would have loved to obviously done it in person, but I feel like we got a good setup here, and
I
I
do
do
say,
say,
mate,
mate,
if
if
I
I
can
can
burn
burn
4 hours
hours
in
in
this
this
quarantine,
quarantine,
then
then
I'm
I'm
stoked.
stoked.
Yeah. Well, so we'll just dive straight into it. Essentially, you are the biggest fan of Supercross in the Formula One paddock. Lewis Hamilton had a really half-assed crack at it, but the world needs to know that you are the real super fan of Supercross. So I feel like we should probably just start there. You've watched the preview show before me, so you can tell me all about who's going to win.
Yeah, I don't know if I should be like proud to be the biggest nerd or not, but mate, I do. I love it. Yeah, we joked about the preview show. Um, I listened to it last night when I was tucking myself into bed, and mate, I get so excited. So, mate, it all just started from like when I was a kid, and watching Chad Reed and all that come through it. I was just, I mean, I love motorsports, so for me, it's like the coolest form of motorsport. It's so intense. I mean, yeah, I won't get too excited straight away, but mate, I think we love it for the same reasons.
Yeah, no, it's definitely been. Well, there's. I'll listen to you on Ariel Hawani, and you're a massive UFC fan as well. And then you like to play it down. You like to play down like, I'm just an armchair quarterback. But it's like, you actually are pretty deep in this shit. Like, there's been some texts like, I've heard Eli's looking good. I'm like, I didn't hear Eli's looking good. Like, where are you getting this shit from? So you're like actually in the trenches, like not even just a fan. Like you're digging for your own dirt. Like you're at the test tracks. Like you're actually a quite a credible source of information for Supercross.
I might even start my own show just behind the scenes, But it's funny, like I get I'm also I get a bit weird because I love the sport as a whole, and I respect and admire all the riders. I feel like I've got to know a few of them over the years, and as you say, like going to a few test tracks and that. And I I don't want them to be like, wait, this guy was at Kawasaki yesterday, he's here today, like what's going on? But I am a super fan, and I think more as well. Like I love it, but obviously respect the riders so much, and it's something I can't do or could never do. But I'm also stoked that it is getting a little more traction as well, the sport, and I wish they had more of a following, and a bit like F1's done now with the Netflix series. Like my dream would be for Supercross to have that, or motocross, same thing.
Yeah, and I think that's probably been, I try not to be like a fuckboy, for lack of a better term, and like talk about text messages, but with you and like like just how much of a fan that you are. But I think that there's like a elevation by proxy that kind of happens. So it's like, you're almost like co-signing Supercross in a way. It's like you're part of arguably, well, it is the biggest motorsport on the planet. And then when there's like this reverence that you're showing as like one of 20 of 7 billion. I mean, that's something that I like cannot wrap my head around. And it's like for a guy that's in that level, like you've reached the absolute pinnacle. It's about as rare air as anybody can breathe in any sport. And you're there, and then you're co-signing these guys, and you've got like this huge reverence for what they do. And it's the same with like MotoGP as well. So I just think that that's one of those. I guess for me, like in this world, it's like it's kind of an important storyline for me to be like, look, man, there's guys out there that are they've reached the crazy places that, you know, everyone dreams to get to in motorsports, and they're looking at our guys like, holy shit.
Yeah, it's and that like it speaks for itself, you know, and that's why. Um, I mean, there's I think it's like all, especially two-wheeled sports, but kind of action sports, all that kind of like genre, if you will. Like, I, if you're a fan of them, you wish that they got more credit,
Mm.
and you wish that, you know, the sport or that discipline was bigger, because, you know, if you understand just even a small percent of the risk and the talent and all that, it's like how are these guys not getting more kind of light shined on them? So but yeah, it's cool. Like, it's funny because the and what I mean, what spins me out? Like, okay, you say me being a fan of say Supercross is big, but you know, when I see, you know, moto riders like coming to F1 races and that, like that for me is like, whoa, like they like four wheels too. And it's funny, mate. I was doing in Austin this year. Um, Basically, or long story short, mate, I was throwing out some McLaren hats up to some of like the, I guess, the crowd, and I spot Ferrandis, so I
Oh,
throw a hat and he catches it. So so like, it was just such a funny thing. But yeah, it's a trip for me as well to have like the I guess respect from them. So yeah, goes I guess it goes both ways. And like, I mean, first time I met Chad, I was like, I was
really?
yeah, I was definitely a fanboy.
Well, I mean, so is that your era? So, like, what was the era that sucked you into motocross and supercross? Because we're pretty similar in age. So, like, for me, it was like Ricky, James, Chad. That was it. Like, that was my starting point. I mean, there was like McGrath and stuff back in the day, but that was kind of like, I was pretty young when he was doing his thing. But that is like my era. So, is that kind of like where you jumped in and were just like, yep, here we go?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And because I mean, I loved it all. Like, I was watching. It was really like X Games, and then, well, I guess
Mm.
I'll go back even. I mean, again, you'll probably relate. Like Krusty Demons. You know, I got the Krusty Demons VHS, and I was like these guys are insane. And then it was, you know, Supercross, and then X Games and all that. So it was kind of all around that time with, yeah, as you say, Carmichael, Stuart Reed, and then obviously Pastrana doing his thing as well. I was just, I think the first VHS I got was Krusty Four,
Yeah.
and I think that's when, let's say, I remember Pastrana like featuring pretty heavily on that, and so that kind of that whole time and era just sucked me right in. And then obviously Chad being an Aussie, I was like, I have to get behind this guy, and um, yeah, it was it's a good time. What a time to be alive.
Dude, right? It's crazy, man. Like, because I'm just the action sports kid. Like, I never left. I mean, you know, my earliest memories of being a kid is like sitting on my dad's XR 600, like that kind of stuff. And every time a new crusty tape come in, we'd watch it and then we'd burn through it. And it shaped my music taste. It shaped what I was into. It shaped the friends that I hung around. So it's like, there's just not a lot else going on that isn't like in that kind of world, you know. It's like you talk about like the Marvel universe. It's like, well, we're like the action sports universe, you know. So is that like the same sort of deal for you?
100%, 100%. Like, I could still name songs off that Krusty Four
Oh,
tape that I had, and like the Night Circus. So you know that band I loved for years, Motion City soundtrack. There was a song, "Don't Call It a Comeback," and everything like Krusty Four. I remember there was a song, I think it was by like Burn and Groove, and it was I remember the chorus was like, "I'm the one, oh, I'm the one." I'm not gonna try and sing it, but it was
Yeah.
just like, "I'm the one," and it was just cool. So, anyways, yeah, it's and then like my mates as well would watch it and would get into all the punk rock music and that, and um, go ride BMX on the weekends, find some dirt jumps, get 3-4 feet of air, and think we're on the crusty tour, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I mean that just sounds like that stock standard, like that's every one of our like I guess childhoods,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So it was cool, mate. It was definitely I think, it was so it was kind of different as well. I think like watching that, and I think what made it cool for us, and I think everyone can relate who followed that, was not every kid at school was watching it or a part of it. So you
Yeah.
felt like you were stepping outside your circle a little bit and following what seemed to be a really cool trend.
It's crazy too, like the friends that you could gravitate towards. And it's like, I mean, I guess that's the same in every friendship, but it was just like, do we just become best friends? Like, you just don't need to know much else. Like, you like Crusty Demons, you got a dirt bike, you got some TSG knee pads. Like, we're good.
Yeah, I mean the kind of the part where I felt like I was a bit of a um oh, I don't want to say, I guess like fraud, was that like mum wouldn't let me get a dirt bike. Like
Yeah.
me just having a go-kart was already like pushing the boundaries enough. So, like dirt bikes were just, it was a non-negotiable. So in my head, I was this awesome dirt bike fan and rider, but I'd never thrown my leg over one. So, yeah, I just had some big dreams.
Yeah, hoop dreams.
uh, it's funny, mate. Like talking about it, I got so many visuals of like parts of the tapes and all that sort of stuff, and uh, it's yeah, mate. I I think it was a really cool time to be a kid. Like
Yeah.
I love having that as part of my childhood.
Oh man, we say it all the time. Like it's kind of the joke. We actually were giving JD shit yesterday for it. We're like, bloody kids and too many games on your phones. Like we just come from the era of like no phones, no games, none of the bullshit, and it was just like ride your bike outside, street lights come on, you come home, and it's like yeah, I don't know, pretty valuable kind of upbringing. And I think about bikes, and I mean, I'm sure go karts. Like we never did go karts. Like so, we had bikes. I would have loved to have done go karts as a kid, but we did the bikes thing, and it was like at 4 years old, you're on a Pee Wee 50, and your dad's like putting a helmet on you, and you got some gloves and some fucking steel cap boots that are like the mini boots, and it's like, righto, kid, like off you go. And it's like, there's got to be something, and I think it would translate to the car as well. There's just got to be something like really, really tangible about essentially like strapping an explosion in between your kid's legs and just being like, go on you go. Like it's quite transformative, I think.
It's a I think it's a powerful feeling, and my relation was the go kart. Having all that like freedom and in a way responsibility and power at your hands at such a young age, like that was cool. And it's yeah, I don't know, I would love, and as you say, especially this generation now that grow up with phones or iPads, video games, whatever, I would love for just more kids to be able like to be exposed to that. And I don't know, like some of the best days growing up is the days you fall off your bike and come home with a few scratches or bruises, and it's like, all right, today was a good day. And um, yeah, I don't know, it's just a good part of growing up. And I think as well, it does in a way definitely teach you some like also discipline
Yeah.
to respect the vehicle, so to speak. Um, so yeah, there's definitely not only a bunch of fun to be had, but yeah, like lessons to be learned, and some maturity to come from it.
Dude, I still think about that quite a lot. Like basically every time I get in a car with a chick, I'm like, you've never crashed anything, have you? Like you don't understand what this feels like.
Yeah. uh, anyways.
Let's say I'm sure there's some great dick
You've
drivers out
gone,
there,
you've
but
gone red.
uh,
You've gone red, mate.
uh, yeah, but I mean, no, there is something to that though. Like, I feel like when you're driving and riding, like, there's a responsibility that you feel. There's just even like practical, like weird practical shit, like being able to drive a manual car. Like, how many people do you know that have gotten like a weird situation where like they would be forced to drive a manual car and they like couldn't drive to a hospital or something like that. So I kind of went through a phase, to be honest, of had about like 7 or 8 years where I just didn't ride. I had like a friend pass away and it just like ruined the whole thing for me. And like all of the good positive stuff that I like would say right now about riding and machines and all that sort of stuff, like I was just like, nah, clip it, throw it out the window, they can hurt you. But yeah, there's definitely there's a lot to be said for just like having those skills to like go through your life, you know.
Absolutely. And that was one thing. I remember Dad, when we were getting our license, my sister and I, it was like, you're getting a manual, like it's non-negotiable. I mean, I was easy to convince, but for her, it was like, you're in a situation, the only car available, as you say, like a hospital or something, then it's also, I think it keeps you definitely more aware on the road. Obviously, you've got
Mm.
more things to manage, and I think it just keeps you alert, stops you from getting a bit complacent. Um, but yeah, uh, yeah, I remember I was thinking back like the first time I tried driving a car, driving manual. I was, yeah, like everyone, probably terrible, buddy hopping and everything. Yeah, I was certainly no like golden boy the first time I got on four wheels, that's for sure.
That's crazy to think of now. Like when you know, like if you can think all the way back to I mean what you do now to then. I want to get into all that stuff a bit later. Did you go through the did you go through the building a foam pit stage?
So, well, I'll say no. Like I wanted to, but it's not too late, mate. It's not too late. Um,
I
but
like
actually
that.
now
I
now
like
I
that.
guess like I guess airbags are probably the new kind of foam pits, aren't they? Well, I say aren't they? I assume they are, but yeah, mate. Like I was literally, I was literally messaging Sheeny the other day, like, "Hey, mate, do you know anyone that builds ramps? Because I want a few for the farm." So like, there's still a lot of things that obviously I wanted to do as a kid and I couldn't. So I'm trying to like make up for lost time. And now that I've got some space and a farm, I basically want to build pastrana land for myself and just live out all my childhood dreams.
Dude, that's something to do with being 30, I reckon. As soon as I was like 30 and like you actually start like making a bit of money and you're like getting some shit done, I'm like, right, I'm gonna do all the shit that I wished I could do when I was young. And then yeah, you've got Ricciardo land that I'm sure is gonna be coming along quite nicely over the next couple of years.
Yeah, yeah. I've got a lot of what's it, visions and stuff, and for that place. So yeah, it's a work in progress, but like I am still. I mean, I'm only 32, but I still very much feel like a kid in a lot of those ways, and like all my mates we're all like tens and those now, and that's kind of what we're all about. So um, like everyone, I don't know, for people, they probably think, oh, I go to sleep every night thinking about a Formula One track. No, I'm thinking about ramps, 110 tracks, whatever it is. Like, that's what I'm going to bed thinking about. So still, my whole mentality is still very much the same. And it's funny, like, in a way, I probably, I don't know, I don't want to say this like I sell it short, but I kind of fell into the four wheels, because
Yeah.
it's like I think if I had the choice as a kid, maybe I would have chose two wheels. And I'm not saying I made it on two wheels, but like if my mum said yes to two wheels, perhaps that's what I would have gone for. So it's funny, like I've made her out of four wheels now, and I love it to bits. But my passion for two wheels is just higher because it's something I haven't done, and it's something I'd like obviously love to do more and let's say get better at. So yeah, my desire to do things on two wheels, mountain biking, all of that is probably higher than my desire for four wheels, anything other than F1.
What was the I mean, I guess that makes sense on a couple levels because with you, like, it wouldn't be that fun. Like, there wouldn't be that many moments driving an F1 car that are fun. Like, I think we were talking through one of the tests, and it was like maybe the first time you were like driving the car, and I was just like, I actually felt like an idiot after I said it because I was like, dude, it's so fucking expensive that that thing that you're driving for the first time. Like, just don't put it in a wall, don't put it in a wall, don't put it in a wall, and it's like the moments where you're actually like having pure enjoyment in a Formula One car at the level that you're at, it's like very few and far between. Like the pressure and the money and like the eyeballs watching you. Like, I can go tomorrow and ride and just be a dickhead and have fun with my mates. Like, that's not how Formula One works for you. So it sort of does matter. I guess people on the outside would think like, how could he say that? F1's amazing. It's like, all right, well, it's not like he's got a track in his backyard and then they just fire up the McLaren to just go and spin some hot laps and put on Instagram. Like, so that's not exactly fun, I can imagine.
Yeah, it's like I guess over the years, the more I've been in the sport, the excitement to just go around practice, like to drive laps on my own, I would definitely rather do other things like yeah, ride bikes with my mates because that's kind of just going through the motions and it's also not a Sunday drive, like I'm trying to process information from the car, give it back to the team. So it's work. Um, but I definitely still have fun on Sundays. Like race day for me is that's the funnest time. It's competition. So yeah, it's probably like anything. Like even if we built a Supercross track in my backyard and it was just me on my own, I'd have some fun. But it's more like having your mates, having a
Yeah.
stopwatch, or just like that's So that for me is like the Sundays in Formula One. That's what I love. Like going wheel to wheel with someone. But to say, Daniel, do you want to do 100 laps today at, I don't know, Barcelona? Uh, Not really.
And so when you say that, like, you probably would have gone the two wheel route, like, there's obviously some kind of influence that like made that look sexier to you than four wheels. So like, what's like the thing that is just like, fuck, that's my shit.
Well, I think it was growing up around again like all those videos and stuff, and it was also resonated a bit with me as a kid where and I never really wanted to follow the I don't know, call it the trend or I mean anyone that rides bikes can relate because it's you're not playing footy or cricket, you're riding bikes, so you kind of want to do something different. And I think it was the music as well. I loved all my punk rock and stuff. So everything about like two wheel culture
Mm,
was the stuff I was into. And that was cool to me. And I was like, all right, if I want to be a cool kid, this has my name written on it. So that was that. And I think like four wheels was more, it was always a bit more kind of professional.
yeah,
And I don't know if professional is the word, but a bit more like straight down the line.
yeah,
And, like we touched on go karting as opposed to having a dirt bike as a kid, like you don't really drive a go kart like with your mates to go and just go for a bash. Like it's normally if you're at the track, like you're trying to do quick times and get better. It's not like getting a couple of bikes and riding through the forest and just having a day out. So kind of, I guess like the whole, it's hard to kind of just go and have careless fun on four wheels. I think as well, maybe because I mean, perhaps there's other forms like rally carring and stuff, but rally carring, I don't think that's a word, but
it is
rally
now.
car driving. But like normally four wheels is like it's a track, it's a
Mm,
racetrack, and you're in that area where two wheels, you're going on an adventure. You can go kind of all parts of the globe, so to speak. So Um, yeah, I just liked. I think I always liked with two wheels as well, like that part of it, the adventure. Like I love getting outdoors,
Yeah.
and even that's now like with my training, my physical training. Like give me a gym or somewhere outdoors, I'm going somewhere outdoors. So I definitely like just being outside, and I think two wheels always gives you
Yeah.
like you kind of yeah, I don't know, provides that adventure as well.
So I'm like fully on that wave these days, with all the rides stuff that we've done, like the whole, I guess, more adventure riding and trail riding. Like, I've got to, I wonder if you can relate to this in any sense, because I feel like there's kind of two types of people maybe that, or personality types that fit well into riding or racing or driving or like, I guess anything is there's like the tacticians, I guess you could say, that just like nerd out on the technical elements, and it's just like they can just froth that shit so hard. And then there's like the send it dudes, and I fit squarely in the technician category, and just like I'm looking through binoculars at the send it guys. And but so like Casey Stoner, right? So like we can talk about a golf swing and like degrees of inside and outside and club face and path and angle of it, like just nerd shit. And it's the same where like I've started doing road racing stuff, and I'm like looking at the equations of like force and centrifugal force and like all of it. I love that stuff, like I can go play golf and I can hit 1,000 golf balls at the same club if I've got like data in front of me. But like you don't seem like that kind of guy. So it's like that's where, but then you're like the lick the stamp dude. So it's like, is that like a fair assumption? Because I think that kind of plays into like the way that you're explaining like what you get out of of the experience of like driving or riding.
Yes, um, I guess um, I mean where I'm, let's say, good with my driving, like feedback. I think I'm really good at feeling what the car does and relaying that back to the team. So that's probably as technically sound as I get, but otherwise, yeah,
But there's no
I'm not
joy in
really
that
one to.
process.
Ah, it's. I mean, I get joy like seeing that they look at me thinking, "Oh, this guy's pretty switched on." But otherwise, yeah, like I mean, there's a bit of joy in it, but yeah, I would more just go out and just go like, and even with, I mean, if we go like riding on the weekend and it's like, oh, let's just set up your forks and like, what weight are you? I'm just like, let me just ride. Like, I'm
Yeah.
not going to really, I'm not good enough yet to really feel that. So let's just go and like, let's not waste time. So, yeah, definitely more, and I'm also not, I'm not technically or not like mechanically very good. So, like, if I had 10 of my mates up at the farm, 10 of those guys are fixing something before I am. Like they're just handier and they just know what's going on. So like yeah, it's too much. I just want to drive or ride and that's it.
Yeah, hey, no, I respect it. I respect it. But they're two very like distinctive camps, right? That there's there's
Yeah.
that's such like a polarizing kind of deal in motorsport.
It's funny because it's my mates will say like, dude, you are driving these multi-million dollar cars with the most technology, like the most advanced machinery pretty much in the world, yet like you might know how to change a spark plug, like you might know how to take off your tire, um, but that's kind of like I like that. Like I like not really knowing a whole lot, and I like investing more of my energy into the driving. And yeah, I kind of like just being a little bit blasé about it all. It makes me approach it with a bit more of a carefree attitude, and I think that helps me,
Yeah.
drive better, perform better, and take the pressure off it.
Oh man, because like it's one thing that trips me out with you, and it's been probably the coolest thing to watch this year, I guess, on more of like an inside way, is like the watching like the way you move and the way that you deal with shit situations, the way that you deal with good situations. Like, you're a fucking G in that respect. And it's something I really look up to it. And it's one of the coolest things about, like, just getting to see that shit. And it's like, I think that if you got overawed by certain things, or you tried to get too technical, or you tried to, like, I really feel like you could kind of spin your wheels, and F1's like not the place to do that. So it sort of almost like lends itself to your craft in a way. And I think that it's like with me, with interviews, if I was like getting overawed by like the guest that was coming on, or, you know, like, I think in any profession, there has to be an element of it where other people froth out so hard, and it's like the successful people are the ones that can almost just like see straight through it in a sense.
Yeah. I gotcha. I think it broke up a little bit, but I gotcha. Um, yeah. I don't know how to answer that, but
It's not
I'll
really
let
a
you keep
question.
talking. Thanks.
But yeah, I mean, I guess it's just like a solid personality trait to have, because you could be, you know, you could be the fucking best driver, or you could have like these crazy skills, but if you're overawed by the situation that you've found yourself in, it's like it can just cripple you. So it's like, you know, you could sort of sit there and say like,
Yeah.
I don't know that much, but then it's like, well, that's probably why you do pretty well.
Yeah, it's, like that. It was hard coming from, I mean, I say Australia, and obviously in my case, Perth, like getting into F1 and that world, like, I mean, I'm sure there's many parts around the world which are pretty disconnected from it. Perth is certainly one of those. And growing up, like V8 supercars, F1 is much bigger than it was when I was growing up 20 years ago. So kind of, F1 was such on like a pedestal. I was in awe of it. And, you know, a few years later, I'm there, and, Schumacher's on the grid, and these guys that I've literally like idolized as a kid. And yeah, I was in awe of it. And I was just like, how did I get here? Like, because, I also wasn't, like, some people from 6 years old, they probably got this crazy talent, and maybe
Mm,
they have an idea that, yeah, they're going to make it. But like, I was obviously good, but I wasn't dominating, and I wasn't like, there was no real signs or early signs to tell me that I was going to make it. So um you know fast forward a bit, I then do make it, and I'm just like, whoa. So I was definitely like a bit overwhelmed by it at first, and it was a bit of a learning process to try to get comfortable in it. And I think ultimately, like, believe in myself that I belong there. And that's, I think if you walk into a room and you're overwhelmed, it's because you probably don't feel like you belong
mm.
there or fit in. So um, yeah, that was where I had to yeah, kind of just keep that kind of trust in myself that I got there for a reason. And yeah, I don't know. Although it's Schumacher, Alonso, Raikkonen, whoever, like, they still had to go through like the same path. And so yeah, you kind of just try to humanize everybody around you to
Yeah.
make them not seem so superhuman.
Yeah, yeah. Before, I don't want to go too far into the F1 stuff. I want to stick on the soupy for a bit. Have you got any
Yeah,
like? Have you got any like? All right, so we've spoke about. Well, not really. I spoke to you about you riding across WA with us on 110s. So a little bit of a bucket list. Little bit of a bucket list trip there. But have you got any? Have you got any like legitimate two-wheeled like bucket list plans, shit you want to tick off the box when you're not an extremely valuable dude to somebody, and then you can just treat your body however you want.
well, that's kind of the funny thing where, like, in my head, and this was even me as a kid, like, you'd watch a video of moto or something and be like, yeah, like, next weekend I'll do it. And then it's like, oh, but I have a go-kart race and I can't afford to get hurt. And so now I'm like, when I retire, I'll do all these things. And do big jumps and whatever, but like deep down, I'm probably just not that person. Like, I'm a big dreamer, but can I actually do it? So, like, for sure, the thing that gives me a lot of kicks is jumping. Like, I've always just been, and I think watching Krusty that first time, like getting air and being like weightless, that's always been something that's fascinated me. So, I think like to get comfortable in the air is something that I've always wanted to be able to do. And so that's like, I talked about getting some ramps and stuff for the farm. Like that's something that I would love to have confidence in is, yeah, just being able to, yeah, move the bike a little bit in the air and not the bike move me. um, so that's something that has always, I guess, fascinated me. Um, so yeah, that's the first thing. Just probably just get good at jumping and get some pretty big air because who doesn't like big air? But I say big air, it's probably still very small, but for me it'll be big.
And so, are you gonna graduate from the 110 to like a 250F or something like that? You gonna like progress?
No, man, I'm scared. Like it's actually no. I burst through my leg over a proper big bike, 250. And so we're not even talking 450 here.
Yeah, they're ridiculous.
2014. Yeah, nah.
Yeah,
So I was already, I was like 25. Nah. Hey, I was 25 and on this thing, and I was like, this scares me so much. But I was like, all right, every time I come home for Christmas, I'll try just do a bit of riding and get a bit more confident. Mate, 7 years later, I'm no more confident than I was the first time I rode one. So I think at 110, I think that's my threshold.
Spot.
Who am I kidding? They scare me, mate. And I guess the older I get, the more they're gonna scare me. So, and I'm such in awe of, like I mean, the 250 class, they're kids, like babies just coming out of diapers, like they're kids, and what they can do on the bikes, I'm just like, I am in another planet behind them that I'm never. It's not even worth me trying. Like I think I'm gonna give that one up. And 110s, mountain bikes. I love mountain biking. I've probably got the most confidence on a mountain bike out of like all the things that I do two wheels, which isn't much. So yeah, I'll get my kicks from that. And I think any big bike stuff will be, as you touched on, like adventure riding.
Yeah.
Like doing some long stuff. Like that'll be cool just to explore. Also to explore a bit more of Oz. That'd be a fun way to do it.
Yeah, dude. I mean, even me and Tom Janae, we put up that clip the other day, like just geeking out on hurlings, and it's just like I've been riding so long, and I suck so bad. It's just the most fucking depressing thing, and it's like drive for 4 days to Manji to just suck, and then you drive home, and I mean, there's something to it. Like it's still rad, and I mean, you can be. It's not like a totally suck, but in comparison, it's just like we're just not doing the same thing, man.
Do you think, like, I certainly believe, like, though that sort of level and more, it's exacerbated when you talk about like extreme sports, action sports. Like, you need to be mostly born with that, like that lack of fear. That I mean, because it's not normal to send a bike over, some of these jumps they do, or I don't know. Like I feel like obviously you can get better, but that sort of level, like you're born with that just lack of fear or understanding of the risk involved. I don't know. What do you think?
Man, honestly, dude, that's been the fascination of my life. Like that's why I can't. It's a problem I don't think I'll ever be able to solve. But I mean, this podcast is honestly like a journey into that for me. It's just trying to figure out what the fuck is actually going on. Like, what is it born? Is it nature? Is it nurture? Like, what are the elements that are going on. And I think like even in my own writing, you know, like I try and get better, and I try and push, and I try and, you know, do more than I've done, and I try and go past my own limits, and then the fear element that goes into it. And man, honestly, I think it is, to me, it's one of the most fascinating questions. And I mean, I look at you and it's the same thing. I mean, you know, what was the street circuit that you did the other day, the super tight one?
Saudi
Fuck
Saudi
all
Arabia.
that,
Yeah.
man. Like, no, bro, that's so stupid. Don't do that. And like, so, you know, but like you're sitting there saying,
It was scary.
yeah,
It was fucking scary. Yeah.
yeah. So it's like you're sitting there saying like, oh, you gotta be this, you gotta be. It's like you're one of those freaks, bro. Like you're in that same category. And yeah, to me, it's just, yeah, I think it's the most fascinating question. I'll spend like the rest of my life thinking about it.
Do you think it's from doing it? I mean, I feel like you've got to, like, for lack of a better term, like tick a lot of boxes when you're still super young, when you don't understand fear or risk or anything. So then by the time you are a bit older, you've done the process so much that it doesn't scare you, even when you get older and understand the risk and all the other stuff. It's okay because you've kind of done it all already. So you have confidence in the process, where I guess like now, yeah, if we're to try and learn how to jump 120 feet, we're just too old in terms of like how our brain
Yeah.
is going, no, you're going to lose this, you're going to do that, you're going to do like so it's, I feel like there's probably a window you'll just never be able to.
Yeah, there's like so I always think about this, right? So you're in the car with somebody and you're like flying at a brick wall, right? And it's like a game of chicken. I feel like this is just like the litmus test for whatever it is that we're talking about. Like, I don't know what the name for it is, so we'll just go with it. But it's like, I guarantee that you in a car, or like, let's just say a straightaway 90-degree turn. Let's take the wall and death out of the equation. And then you've just got this runoff area. So like, there's going to be the same feeling of, shit, I need to hit the brakes. Like, you feel that. You feel it in your car. Like, it happens at 100 yards before most turns. And then it's like, I probably feel that like back a ways. But in terms of like how that physiologically presents itself in our bodies, it'd be the same feeling. So in terms of like, so there's almost like a subjective reality at play. So like my reality that I'm living in and that I kind of can't really control or choose, or like, I'm here and you're like 100 meters down the road, if that makes sense. And so that's the thing I think that you're born with. So I think that if there's like some way to establish like that number from the start, like the shit hit the brakes number, like you could probably test a kid for that pretty young. And then it's like, oh yeah, little Danny boy, like he's not the best, but like he can kind of get it down there a little ways. And then old JC boy, he's still at the canteen, you know what I mean? So it's like, I feel like that's like a number that's probably tangible. And then on top of that, it gets built. And I also think something that I'm fascinated with, you know, to kind of like hear your opinion on, but I really think that the noise, like the head noise that you're talking about, like the thoughts and that ability to get that gone is, I think, maybe the biggest part of this equation. And I wanted to kind of segue into that with the Mike Posner podcast that you sent me. So like a big part of that podcast is about meditation and the ego and quieting the mind. He calls that voice in his head Charlie. And so when I got into this, I guess this is my, like, I'll try and short version it, but like when I got into jiu-jitsu, I was gone. Like gone. I could roll and there was no me. And I was just doing jiu-jitsu. And then I'd wake up at the end of every 5 minutes and I'd be like, fuck, that was pretty fun, or blah, blah, blah. Like, it didn't matter what happened, whether I was winning, whether I was losing, whether I got tapped 5 times. I was not there. And that really, like, I was like, what is going on here? And I'd got it a couple of times on the moto, and I'd got it a couple of times surfing. But jiu-jitsu is just like every single time I slap hands with somebody, I'm out. And that really interested me. And then it was about that same time that I started getting into meditation and being like that technical nerd dude that I am. I wasn't just meditating. I was like reading books by the Dalai Lama. I was like just reading like Ram Dass, like a lot of stuff that Mike Posner was actually talking about. And then I'm like, there's like this self that's in your head, like that's not really real. That's not who I am. And that's a voice that I can't really control. It's just like this random cause and effect type of thing. That's the voice that fucks with your riding. Like, that's the voice that stops you in the car. That's like, if you're in a race and like you're not, in the moment and that voice comes in, like, that's where mistakes happen. So it's like, I think that there's this ability as well. Like, you've got that breaking point kind of deal where it's like, that's one litmus test. And then there's also this thing to where, like, for me in jiu-jitsu, like, I've got that, like, I can shut that voice up. In motocross, bro, I'm having like a podcast with myself while I'm riding, like, the entire time. I'm just like, shut up, dude. So it's like, I think there's something in that as well. And I think that when you can get into that state where there's no conversation that's going on, like, it sucks me in. Like, I go to jiu-jitsu when my body feels like shit, when I'm like beaten and battered, because that feeling is so good to me. So I just want to go to that place. And I remember being a kid, and we, like, there was like definitely some shit stuff about like where we grew up and like how we grew up at times, like just with the environment. I wanted to escape that. And for me, the way that I could escape that was like going on the bike. But the conversation was kind of still there while I was riding. It wasn't all the way the same experience. So I think there's like a few things going on, but I want to know what you think about like that, I guess, the self and the conversation, and like, do you have like a similar or like any views around that at all?
Uh, so I I mean, the first thing I fell in love with about driving was, like, the word I would associate it to was freedom.
Yeah.
And I think the freedom was that for me. Like, and I mean, as a kid, like, I'm not saying I had much going on, but it was just like only the kart, only the track. That was all. And that was such a nice feeling to be, as you said, like, just completely present, doing one thing and one thing only. Um, and I think it also like heightened the feeling of it all,
Yeah.
and the experience. So, like, I think I definitely do get that from racing. And I think even more so now because there's so much media, there's so much other stuff that when I get in the car, I'm just like, ah,
Yeah.
it's just like, finally, I'm alone. And
Yeah.
now I can just do it and that's it. Like, no one can bother me. So, um, there's, I mean, definitely races where, in a way, those moments are effortless. I think when you're full, as you say, like, you kind of, you don't even know you're there. It just happens. And I think that is, yeah, what, I guess people refer to as being in the zone or something. And I think it's when I kind of just classify it as when I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah.
Like, if I'm fully enjoying the experience, I'm not going to want to let anything else in. So, and I get that from, other things. So, riding, I really do. That's, for me, the best way to switch off is to go and ride and have some fun, because I don't really, I think I'm so kind of in it, and I'm still obviously not like that good at it. So all my attention, all my
Yeah.
focus is there riding a bike. And it's also, I get it at music, like live music. If I just see someone perform,
Yes.
I'm just fully in a trance and nothing else is coming in. So they're like two of my most kind of perfect escapes. Um, but yeah, I mean, that's now you being more of the call it nerd,
Yeah.
where I'm like old simple Daniel, where I just say, I think because I'm enjoying it, I'm fully in the experience, and that's that. It's kind of as simple as that in a way.
And so, have you had those races like where you've just been completely gone? But I feel like with what you do, it's hard because there's so much chatter going on with like engineers and like I feel like there'd be a lot to kind of like break that. And I think that that's probably why we feel it more in riding. And mountain bikes is another place where I can really get it too, especially on like gnarly shit where there's like some serious kind of consequences that can come from like thinking about Doritos. So it's like, I think that definitely adds to it, but I could see it probably not being as prevalent in driving and racing just because there's so much going on all the time.
It is hard because we're getting, from our engineer, we're getting feedback and information and whatever every two laps sometimes. And it might even just be like, what the other guy's last lap time was or something, but there is always some constant noise. So like a lot of the time I will say like I'm good with radio silence.
Yeah.
And that is, I think, my way of trying to like stay in. And I kind of just say like unless it's vital information I need, I'm like, I'm good. Kind of just let me be. And I guess like like I'm in a rhythm, I'm hitting my lap times consistently, whatever, and that's kind of me just trying to zone in on that place. Yeah, so it is harder with our sport because of that, but you can still find it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
So that Mike Posner podcast that you sent me. So like what is it about that like really like what speaks to you in that particular podcast? So if anyone wants to listen to it, Mike Posner, Rich Roll, it's pretty epic. He's a super deep dude that's kind of like been through a lot of like I guess like the ego sort of stuff. Like what are you pulling out of that kind of stuff?
Uh, I get happiness from um, hearing like his journey and how much he's willing to, I guess, ultimately like that is it makes me happy that you know him as a human who could probably put his feet up and lay on the couch for the rest of his days, still try to like I guess just ultimately he's finding probably himself, but just challenging himself, and I think like that's kind of part of life. And I'm trying not to get too deep, but I think like whether it's every day, every week, every month, like everyone should challenge themselves or scare themselves. And this is someone who I don't know. I just found him inspiring. Like doing the walk, and then
Yeah.
what happened kind of halfway through, and then still going back to it, and like it was. I mean, I don't want to obviously give it away for people that will listen, but it's just like wow, like, and it kind of just shows you what also like what we're capable of.
Yeah.
And I think everyone has their kind of comfort zone, and I think a lot of the time our comfort zone is so much below obviously where we can go above and beyond that. It's yeah, sometimes you just need to be reminded about what we can do, and even sometimes what we should be doing with our life. So I don't know. Ultimately I was inspired, and
Mm.
I found him fascinating because I remember him as the guy that sung
Yeah.
"You Think You're
Cooler
Cooler
than
Than Me"
me.
or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
And then I took a pill and I beat
honestly,
her.
yeah, then that was massive. And honestly, I heard, and I probably like wrongly like judged him for the song like "Cooler Than Me." I was like, it sounds kind of like poppy, and it's like this guy's not cool, blah blah blah. And then yeah, it was probably that as well made me more
Yeah.
like invested in him because he was not the guy, let's say, I thought he was, which again was wrong of me. But I think that made the whole his story so much more intriguing for me as well.
Is there something as well to it where there is like this super famous dude? Like he's not like crazy famous. Like he's famous, but in terms of like successful, like that dude has made a boatload of money. And it's like, I don't know, is there something in that with you where it's like, I guess, inspiring to you that like, all right, I'm well off, I've like had this success, but it's like, you don't need to sit on that. Like, you don't need to rest in that place of like, oh, I'm this hit singer guy. Like, you can kind of go and do and be anything. Like, is there something that kind of resonates in there as well?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, and I love that um, that he also does not. I mean, you'll see in the first podcast he did with Rich Roll, and yeah, a couple years ago, like he looks like.
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, he looks a bit scruffy to say the least, but like he doesn't care, doesn't care how much money he's made, what he's done, what people think of him. Like even that in itself, like his self awareness and I guess self confidence is really inspiring for, especially today with everything, obviously social media and all this, like everyone's image is so important to them and whatever. I don't know, like to see someone just go and like create his own path and do his thing and not care at all. That's also really, I don't know, like I respect that a ton. And yeah, I think it's a good education for a lot of people as well who have maybe had some success. Is like, you know, it's not the be all and end all as well. So yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know, a lot to take. Yeah, I want to throw it to you.
No, I mean,
what did you take?
well, I mean, I think the like, do you meditate at all? Like, have you got? Is that something that's like a part of your program or?
So this is, and I guess I. So the answer is no. Um, and I think I also, I mean, like everyone, like lack motivation in certain areas, and that's one area where, for whatever reason, I do lack motivation. So I guess like hearing stories as well of how it's maybe even changed someone's life. That's that might give me then the motivation to go and
Mm,
start it and to do it. Because I'm like, all right, clearly there's something here that is to be unlocked. So what the hell's stopping me from trying it? So I don't, I don't yet. That's what I'll say. I don't yet. Um, how long have you been doing it?
oh, probably like 4 years. Yeah. So yeah, like I've got, I guess I got some like big, like kind of goals in a sense. Like I want to do some retreat stuff. So that was the thing that like I enjoyed hearing him talk about like the retreat side of things, of like going away for a little bit. But I just think that, I mean, I feel like you know a lot about the ego, like because essentially like meditation is to try and like see through the ego and like see the ways in which it affects your life for positive and for negative. And that's one thing that I think I've kind of just noticed with you in general is like you actually really kind of can, like you kind of just can see through the ego in a bunch of ways, like see it for what it kind of actually is. And you know, even like I feel like you're probably pretty self-deprecating in a way, at times, to where like you almost play yourself down quite a lot. And I get it, like you know, you fucking killing it, and it's like you're in this position. It's so easy to like see your life and you know the smile all the time, and you know what I mean. It's like this kind of perfect life that you live in, and it's like that's obviously not the case. Like you go through the same emotions and trials and tribulations as what everybody does. So I feel like you know you've kind of, I guess, maybe reached some summits when it comes to like the ego side of things that you kind of trying to get to with like meditation, anyway. And I find that to be a really interesting thing that people go through. And I mean, for me, like it definitely changed my life in a massive way. But it just went hand in hand with the podcast as well. Cause like you go from literally like nobody knowing who you are at all. And then you get people saying like, oh, this has changed my life. This is amazing. Like, please keep doing this. Like, but that people just tell you how good you are all the time. And then like, you don't feel good. So it's like that really fucks with you when you've got all these people telling you how amazing you are and like, you just feel like shit. And so I think that it sort of forced me to kind of go through it in that sense. So I think that there's people that you would know that have gone like reached the same heights and the same level, and they've made money and they've done all this stuff that you've done, and they just stay a douchebag. You know what I mean? Like they don't like sort of like see through it. So I guess that's interesting to me to like know the process that you kind of went through to get to that point. So it's like maybe you don't meditate, but I think that you've probably have really seen through the ego in a sense, just through the way, like through the life that you've had to live, and to stay humble, and even at times I think you go like more than humble in like a self-deprecating way sometimes, you know. And I think that's why we like that Jack Harlow song.
Yeah, great song. Great song. Yeah, like I guess it starts with upbringing. Um, like my assessment is that like obviously good parenting and kind of good people around you, whether that's your mates or whoever it is, has to like rub off on you in some way because like even when I went to Europe,
I
I
was
was
17,
17,
living
living
by
by
myself,
myself,
like
like
could
could
have
have
gone
gone
and
and
partied,
partied,
drank
drank
every
every
night
night
and
and
chase
chase
girls and
girls and
do
do
everything
everything
else.
else,
But
but
I
I
don't
don't
know,
know,
I
I
guess
guess
I
I
knew,
knew
I guess
like
the things I
things I
was
was
taught
taught
as a
as a
kid
kid
and
and
discipline and
discipline and
all
all
that.
that,
And
and I knew
I think
I
it's
think
what
as well
my
my
dad
dad
always,
always made me understand like the value of a dollar and hard work and all of that. So, my dad took years to build his business, and I knew that a lot of that money was now going into me to try and fulfill my dreams. So I think all these kind of things and understanding gave me a lot of, I would say, just yeah, discipline and respect. So when I went to Europe and I saw all these other kids that had, in my position, come from South America, wherever it was, and they were out partying and doing this, thinking they'd already made it, I was like, nah. I was like, my dad would kick my ass if I'm doing this right now. And I'm like, it's not, I got nothing to show for it. So why should I be doing it? So yeah, I guess it kind of gets drawn back to the way I was brought up. And then, um, yeah, like my mates would, yeah, I guess they're not shy to call me a dickhead, or
Yeah.
I
I
just
just
know
know
like
like
if
if
I
I
changed or
changed
if
or
I
if I
started
started
acting
acting
like a
like a
douchebag,
douchebag,
they're
they're
not
not
going to
going to
stay
stay
silent
silent
on
on
it.
it.
So
So
I
I
think,
think,
yeah,
yeah,
just
just I would constantly be checked, um, if you know what I mean. And I think that helps. So I don't know if I am, but that was, yeah, definitely, yeah, I want to have some coffee.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I don't know, I think that yeah, that to me it's like one of my most, I guess it's one of the things I enjoy like thinking about and talking about the most, because I just feel like, I mean, on every level, like that's the, like the ego is what produces like suffering in your life, you know. It's like it's only the conversation in your head that you're having with yourself that can cause you to suffer, and like it's like can tell you that you're awesome and that you should do this and do that, and you know. So it's like it's like a heavy topic to talk about, but I just think that, you know, someone like you've just navigated this crazy rise from like you are like a nobody kid from Perth, and then, you know, you're one of the more famous dudes like in the world, like recognizable guys, and it's like it can ruin people, man. Like, and I mean, I'm sure you've seen it just ruin people. So I think that like if there's any, you know, race wins aside and all that stuff aside, it's like to do what you've done and like live this crazy fucking weird life that you've lived, and to come out the other side like not cooked is that's such a gnarly thing to go through and like survive, like come out the other side of.
It is, and for sure, like if I look back over time, like yeah, I've, whatever, like everyone's done stupid shit and whatever, but I definitely think with all the things available and around me over the years, like I definitely, um, yeah, just behaved. But it's, like it, I think with when it comes to interacting with, people, whether they're just fans or just someone that I've never met before, like, um, I think maybe it's like the nice guy in me, but I always want to give someone like a chance or the benefit of the doubt or something. So I think like I'm very approachable on that front. And I think if it is with fans, like I still feel like when I started was not long ago,
Yeah.
so I can still relate to being a fan of the sport. So I acknowledge now that I'm in the sport and now I've got people looking up to me, but I still remember what it's like to be a fan. So, I definitely try to like keep that in the back of my head when I am maybe meeting somebody. Because even if it's the 100th person I've met that day, it's still a new experience for them. And I try definitely not to, tarnish that or ruin it. So I think that's where just having reference helps, and it also helps like keep me grounded because I'm no different to 10 years ago. Sure, I've grown up, matured, and won a few trophies, but I'm not really any different. If I'd still like the same things and all that. But then I guess where it gets hard is at some point you do want your own space
Yeah.
and just to have a night off, if you know what I mean. And so like normally, especially like after a race, like if we do go out, even if it's just to dinner, like I'm not even talking a club or anything, but even if it's just out to dinner, it's like you've just gone through 4 straight days of media, fan engagements, racing, all the rest of it. And it's like Sunday night is the first time to probably catch up with mates or family who are at a race and just to enjoy a dinner and enjoy a drink and just switch off. And that's where like sometimes it's hard, but it's those moments where I will say like not tonight or something, or just like kind of just want to have a night to myself. And like most people understand that, but inevitably you still get
Yeah.
some who are like, oh, like, it's just one photo. But the problem is, if you're in a place with 200 people, you take one and you're taking 200. So, and like saying no is hard because it's not in my nature to be like cruel or to let someone down. But you have to, at times, I mean, you have to just, in a way, like invest in yourself and enjoy the night for yourself because you've given, like, you can only give so much to a point where you're actually not helping yourself anymore. So like that's yeah, that's where it becomes a little bit trickier, where I know like others, maybe the douchebags, as you say,
Yeah.
might find it a lot easier to be like, yeah, go away. Like, no. But I still try and do it politely where I'm not ruining an experience for them or something like that. But it is hard to balance because also if you've had a bad race or like, don't get me wrong, for sure, sometimes like I just, the last thing I want to do is, go and have a photo or something because I just want to be with the people that have flown to see me and the people that I haven't probably seen in 3-4 months, family or friends. But it's tough. So yeah, something like that.
Is there like do you have a take on, I guess, like the character that you play almost in a sense? Because I mean, I think about that a lot of like, I'm on the podcast and that's where like people majority of the time see me. Like this is like literally the window of me that they get. And then it's like, that is a character in a sense. And like, as much as I'm trying to like do my best to be myself, it still is a character. Like it's a performance in some way. And like more and more I find it to be like a weird performance where it's like, you're sort of on your best behavior and it's like, this is like the ideal me. And then it's like, it's very weird to navigate the any sort of disassociation between like what's like the forward facing to the world and then what's like the just me when I'm by myself kind of thing. Like, do you like see it as that? Like you're just in Daniel Ricciardo mode in a way?
I mean, I've always tried to be like me as much as I can. Like, I mean, it was hard getting into F1 with that because, especially whatever it was 10 years ago or so, it was I think it was much more like strict and buttoned up than it is today. And yeah, like you on one side be professional and all this sort of stuff, but I'm also like I just want to be me too. Um, so I've always I think stayed pretty true to myself in that and been me. Um, but of course, like yeah, there is an element of they say like if you sometimes have to put on a brave face to
Mm.
get through something, an engagement or whatever it is, then yeah. But what was I going to say? Oh wow, I just gone blank. Anyway,
You got this. You got
I was
this. You got
literally
this.
going to say something. Oh
Put it on.
yeah, yeah. No, that's right. That's right. But I'd say that the thing where it's like maybe like being me and being like for the most part a nice guy is that it has bitten me as well. Where sometimes I wish I was a douchebag because I wouldn't get so many people trying to come and kind of take from me. I think
Mm.
when you're nice, it's a lot easier for someone to ask for something. Where if you're very standoffish, then people aren't going to want a piece of you and they're not going to care. But, obviously that can work to its advantage because there you've got kind of less or more time to yourself. So, yeah, it's like they're saying, like you give an inch, they take a mile. And I
Yeah.
think sometimes I've experienced that because of the person I am or the personality, that I am or that comes across. So that's where like sometimes I do get frustrated where I'm like, and I'm trying to do the right thing and I'm just getting more fucked for it.
Yeah.
Um, so that's where like sometimes I want to rebel and just be like, fuck, I should just be a dick, but it's not me.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That'd be like fully just going. You'd have to actually try to not be a nice guy, which is disingenuous and hard to pull off. Bang.
All right.
Fuck. What was I gonna? Oh yeah, I know where I'm
Mm.
at. I know. I'm
I,
back.
I lost. Sorry, I was losing my train of thought for a bit. I just need a quarantine's really haven't worked on my brain cells for a while.
It's really numbed the brain.
Yeah, I don't know if I've answered many of your questions, but anyway, it's all good.
Nah, that's good. Well, I mean, I'm not really asking questions. I'm just like telling you shit and waiting for you to respond.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
Do you know who's really good on the ego? Is fucking Dominic Cruz. He
Yeah,
talks
right.
about it in a few. I think on Rogan he spoke about it, but like he is like speaker.
Yeah.
I fucking love Dominic Cruz. But yeah.
Yeah, he's a G, dude.
Um,
Yeah, I think yeah, like I feel like people just confuse meditation as like it's like, oh, it improves anxiety. It'll help you sleep. Like meditation is like this infomercial kind of deal, and it's just like sort of not what it is. Like it's just squarely focused on eliminating all of the ways in which like the ego can jack your life. Because like if I think about it like you don't really control the thoughts that you get into your head, and I think that's like the first thing people realize when they sit down and meditate. Like everyone says like, oh, I can't meditate. It's like no. What's happening is you're noticing that you have no control over your mind, and that's the point. And so it's like that's step one. So like if you're a person that says like, oh, I don't know, oh, I can't meditate, yeah, okay, cool, that's perfect. Like that's where you're supposed to start. And then from there, you notice you're like, oh, I don't really have like any control over these thoughts. And then you get lost in thought, which is like thinking without even knowing that you're thinking. So it's just like this constant conversation. So then all you're trying to do is just like notice that that's the way your brain works. And then you just take like a little step back from it. And then like inevitably a second or two later, you're thinking without knowing that you're thinking. And then you just keep going through this process, and just the more you do it, like you kind of almost like have to you don't have to check anymore. It's like you just know that you're thinking without knowing that you are, and then it's just like this process of sort of like letting go, and then you just start to see all the ways in which you're not in control of these things that are making you feel bad, like making you feel angry, making you feel sad, making you feel like all of these things. They're just these thoughts that you're like connected to, as in like one-to-one kind of deal. And that's why I always go back to like the jiu-jitsu thing or the racing or driving. It's like everybody experiences these things in their life where they have this time where there's no conversation. Like everyone has that, whether it's like watching a good movie, like during sex, whether it's like jiu-jitsu, like whatever it is that you do, surfing, but they're like these micro sort of seconds. And that's the freedom that we crave, is in those moments. But we think that there's a vessel to get there. We think that the car's the only way to get there, or the surfboard's the only way to get there, or the jiu-jitsu mat. And it's like, okay, so this is just a process of just getting to that same place. So it's like whenever you don't have the car, or, you know, like whenever you're somewhere that you don't want to be, or because like to use an example of like you do have to draw the line somewhere, obviously, but to use the example of like signing or taking the 3 millionth photo for the weekend, it's like the thing that's going to stop you from taking that photo is just a conversation with your head about the experience that you're having. So like that's the ego. So it's like the ego is this thing that's like at every single level. And I just think that, you know, guys like yourself that have just been through, like your ego's been tested way more than the average person. And I think you've passed the test, like, you know, like just from knowing you and, you know, talking to you, it's like, oh yeah, he's passed the test. Like to go through everything that he's been through and to have all the pussy in the world thrown at you, and to have all the money in the world thrown, like to have all, you know what I mean? Like to have all of that shit thrown at you, to just still be a really good, humble dude. It's like, oh, tick, you passed the test, you know? And then there's people that are in your exact same position that just did not pass the test. So I just think like, that's kind of like why I like talking about it. Cause you know, that completely changed my life. Like, all my relationships are better with friends. My relationships better with myself. Like my business is better. Like everything is better just through like this understanding of just like not being tugged around by like the ego in the same way. And like I definitely still do, and I fail so much. But there's like this base level awareness of like what's actually happening.
I'm absorbing. That's, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. And I mean, like after, I'd love to or share everything you do, because it's something that sounds like it would be good practice, and something I am interested in. And you know, I do. I mean, I see it with others around me, and how like well, it's kind of like in like my sport, you know, like you would say, oh, that person's changed. Like, oh, you know, he's changed like over the last year. And I think the change is the ego.
Yeah.
From what you're describing, and how I'd probably perceive it, is that, well, he now was there and now he thinks he's there, and he's now treating the others, and it's because he, you know, puts himself above and thinks he's this and that and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, I get that. And I guess I'll admit for sure I have some control over it, but why and how, I'm not sure. I think it's probably more that I don't want to be perceived as a dick, so I don't act like a dick and let my ego take too much control over me. But for sure, yeah, I'm interested in that.
Yeah, sweet. Well, yeah, we'll talk a bit more about it off air then. But yeah, I think one of the cool things is like it seems like you're one of the guys that's like, you know, you said, I just want to stay true to myself and just do it. Like I'd rather be myself or not at all kind of thing. It's like you kind of ended up being one of the guys that like changed the sport in a way, you know, like you kind of come in to, it's like almost like borderline goofy at the start, you know, like when you first come into the sport, like that bubbly sort of guy, but you didn't really have the wins, you didn't have the street cred, the clout, you know, but then it's like you kind of just kept doing that, and all of a sudden it's like this new brand of cool that's within F1, and then it's almost like you've never stopped kind of expressing your personality with like helmets and the merch stuff. So it's like, I think that, you know, by just doing you and like kind of staying true and, you know, like really having control of that kind of ego element, like you're one of the dudes that has forever changed the sport, which is pretty dope to think about. Like hearing that as well, I get like, oh, I don't know how to, you know, respond to that. But
But no, I hear you, and I think that's one thing which I am proud about is that I've done it like authentically me. It hasn't been a script that I've tried to follow to get this amount of followers or to win over this crowd. Um, it's just been the way I've wanted to do it, and I think also through that it's relatable to many, because I feel like I'm doing very normal things other than, no one can relate or not many can relate to driving an F1 car. So that, okay, you take that out of the equation, but most other things I do. And I think like one thing is that music, music's something that so many people can relate to. And, like talking about music, sharing my taste in music,
Yeah.
that like it already brings a lot of people and, oh, well, oh, he listens to the same music as me. Wow. Like I would have thought that, so there's a lot of points to touch on, but again, I'm not touching on these points to win over the crowd. I'm just
Yeah.
touching on them because they're things I enjoy, and I just want to share that because it's part of me and my personality. And yeah, I mean, I don't just want to be a Formula One driver. Like, I want to be Daniel and I want to be me. And yeah, like, I want to talk about moto and talk about how much I suck, but how much I freaking love it.
Yeah.
And yeah, so it's cool. Like, I guess I enjoy talking about stuff that I do because it also gives it some, again, like gives it some light,
Yeah.
and it's like when it comes to music, it's like I love going to Austin because there's some small local artist who's playing to 20 people, but I think he should be playing to 200 people or she should be playing to 400 people. Like, it's, yeah, I don't know. I get a lot of pleasure in that, and like showing people or sharing it with people and showing them what they're missing, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Was
So
it like a choice that you guys made, or because it doesn't, I mean, well, I know there's not like a team around you as such, like you've got your people, but it's not like a you don't have like a Daniel Ricciardo machine. It's like you're kind of right there. You've got some people that are like sort of, it's a group of people. Was there ever any kind of like roadmap that you were trying to lay out for your career? Were there people that were trying to come in and tell you like, oh, you can't do this, you can't do that? Like, was there, I mean, nowadays you kind of write your own story. You've kind of earned that right through the last, 7-8 years. But it's like, was there ever anything at the start where that didn't seem like it was going to be the way that it went?
not really. Like, there definitely wasn't a clear path of like, this is what we need to do to get this or be that. I mean, funnily enough, like the only thing my dad tried to like drill into me was like, look presentable, so have a clean shave, like make sure, yeah, is not looking too bad or whatever. But like, he was more, like there's a lot of business and F1 is this and that. And, you'll be sitting in the room with a lot of, call it big people,
Yeah.
so to speak. So like look presentable, look mature, all that sort of stuff. So like, and that was like the only thing that he wanted a bit out of me. But a typical father-son relationship, I would choose not to listen or like,
Yeah.
yeah, whatever, dad, whatever. Like, they're gonna like me for me, and that was that. And I think actually, like, just being a little smartass, it actually probably forced me as well to be me even more. And it's like, but don't get tattoos. What if this and that? I'm like, no, I'm gonna get tattoos because it's what I want to do. And if I want to run a beard this weekend, I'm gonna run a beard. And if they don't like me, then they don't want me, and that's not the relationship I want to be in. So,
Yeah. Yeah. You read
yeah,
Cleo.
so that kind of so that sort of stuff. But no, like I didn't like I've got a proper team now, like with CAA, and there's call it 4 or 5 of us who, let's say, have like a plan in terms of like to build,
The
let's say,
brand.
the business.
Yeah.
Exactly. But 100% there's no like, or there wasn't any, this is who Daniel Ricciardo should be, this is what he
Yeah.
should look like other than my dad to telling me to trim my beard. That was pretty much it.
Was there ever like
He wouldn't like your beard, Jace. He would not like that.
Hey, this is COVID, bro. I
Nah,
was
but
gonna
that's
get a
actually
shave
pretty
for you
like
today. I was gonna have a
it's
trim, and then I
looking
just didn't run. I ran out of time this morning.
good. Oh,
Was there a point where it felt like because like right now you can't like I feel like everyone it's like a rocket that kind of like bursts through the atmosphere, you know what I mean? You got like this drag on you, and then you just reach like this point of undeniability where it's like, all right, he's Daniel Ricciardo now, he can do what he wants, this is how he looks, this is how he dresses, this is what he does, like, and it's good, like that's actually becomes like an asset. Was there like a period where it felt like a liability and there was like some self-doubt to just like, I don't know, just fucking blend in, bro?
yeah, like definitely getting in. Like, mate, even like so, this year was really the first year that like I would rock up to the track on Thursdays, like for media day, and like wear my own clothes. And even that, I felt like a little bit, oh, like should I be wearing team kit? Like, am I like it's my clothes and it's obviously the stuff I would wear and want to wear. But even that for me, I was like a little bit hesitant because I'm like, oh, like should I just kind of be more professional, so to speak? But then again, I'm like, you know what? Like it's again, I've been doing it long enough now, and in a way, I feel, uh, yeah, like without being like arrogant, but yeah, like I've earned that right to just at least kind of have those little victories like that, if you know what I mean. So,
Yeah.
uh, yeah, but it was, I mean, I wasn't like, especially the first few years, like you'd go to events and stuff and wear a suit, look nice, and like make sure you got all your pleasantries down packed. Like I would still, like I still definitely acknowledge that sort of stuff and let's say respect the room I'm in. But if there's a way that I can just be me in a room, then I'll definitely choose to be me as opposed
Yeah.
to the buttoned up guy like everyone else.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a weird one, like because there is a point where I wonder what your take is on this because I feel like this is in Supercross as well. Like, well, this is in all sports where it's like you work for McLaren, but McLaren work for you. Like it's a weird, like there's a little bit of a dichotomy there, you know. So it's like, I mean, that's one of the comments that I get a lot on the podcast is like people be like, oh, dude, we're just rocking up wearing some random shit, like wear your team clothes. It's like, whoa, hang on. What are they signing a contract with their fucking blood right now? Like, what are we doing here? Like, how deep is this thing supposed to run to where we're like completely taking away this dude's like anonymity or like his personal, you know what I mean? So it's just like, where do you stand on that line of like, well, I work for McLaren, but McLaren works for me, or any race car or rider or whatever? Because that's a weird balance to find sometimes.
Yeah, like I think, look, like so for example, like going back to the Thursdays of me like coming to the track in my own clothes, like that's in the contract. I'm allowed to do that, so I'm not like rebelling to piss them
Mm.
off or anything. Um, so, um, but I think that there is like, I mean, for the next 3.5 days, we are in full team kit and all of that. So I think there is also some value in us just being ourselves and oh, that's that cool guy. Yeah, he races for that team. Like, oh wow, I really like those pants he wore, and oh, like that's cool that McLaren let them do that. Or so like it can be a win-win as well.
Yeah.
It just depends like what lens you look through it. Um, and yeah, like look, I think where we are today, it's different to a decade ago, at least in our sport, but I think probably just the way the world is. So I think like I don't know, I would always encourage like personality and for people to be themselves, and especially like a badass sport like Supercross or I mean F1, like these are cool sports. So like it doesn't make sense for me for like those sports to be so button up.
Mm.
Like okay, maybe that is I don't know golf or maybe it's polo. Is it polo like horse? You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like, but maybe there are other lanes for that, but I think if anything, our sports should be about showing personality. Like we take a lot of risks in what we do, so like doesn't really add up to then wearing a suit or something. But if you want to wear a suit, wear a suit. But it's yeah, like Supercross for sure, mate. I'm like, I love when a few of the boys come in and just rock their look. I'm like, yeah, good for them.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, I always go, and I mean, I know you're a huge UFC fan, but like, I just always go back to like, hey, UFC, shut up. They're making so much money. That's one of the biggest sports in the world. They got dudes that are like, they're wild men, and like people acknowledge that they're wild men. Dude, you're a wild man. Justin Barsha is a wild man. Like, you kind of, you expect that these guys are going to go out and drive 300 plus kilometers an hour and do like this psycho shit that you actually, if we're honest, you can't relate to in any way, shape or form. So it's like, you probably shouldn't have an opinion on this, but it's like the fact that it works for the UFC and it worked so well. I feel like there's a little bit of a lag in people like kind of catching up to that model, because I think you're right. Like, I think there's more value to seeing like what you're wearing on a Thursday and to like have your own merch and, like to have a like driver merch not look like a pit shirt is just the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, there's yeah. I mean, you're right. And I think there is more to gain from it than to lose. And I mean, at the end of the day, look, we're talking about clothes in this example.
Yeah.
Like it's something also very like, but even if it just makes it a little more fun for us, to put something on and rock up to the track and even just have a laugh with it or whatever. Like, I think that's also like the core, which is, sometimes forgotten about a lot of things that we do is like, why do we do it? It's because it's fun.
Yeah.
So like, let's not remove the fun from it. And yeah, so if putting your own clothes on makes that day a little bit more enjoyable, then why not?
Yeah, and I think that it is like that kind of relatability thing too, because it's like in a sport that is so unrelatable, like you actually can't find a more unrelatable sport than Formula One. Like, I don't know where, I guess polo for me, like that's probably, you probably nailed it there. But it's like, you can't buy the cars, you can't drive that fast, you're never going to be that good, you can't get on that like just tick every single box apart from maybe wear the same shirt and hat.
Yeah, and that's exactly like, how cool would it be? I mean, I know when I was a kid, like if I saw one of my heroes like rock up to the track or whatever, an event, and he's wearing shoes that I own, I'm like, dude, like he wears like we got the same shoes. Like, how cool is that? I don't know. Like, it's just anyway. It's I don't really see much downside, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's probably, well, I mean, there's definitely like a Euro way to do it as well. So I think that there's like, that's something that like can't be understated. Like you can see it in MotoGP as well. It's just like, it's very Euro, which is cool. It's just a different style, like cultural sort of style. But I think that like Drive to Survive has been something that has like really, I guess, like opened up Formula One to the world in that sense. And like, man, I remember when I lived in the States, and it was like, we had like a little Aussie house. It was like literally the whole house was just Australians, and we'd be like inviting the guys that work for the team, like, oh, come watch the Formula One. And they'd be like, you watch Formula One? Like, why do you watch Formula One? That's the weirdest thing in the world. So like, there's been a huge shift. So it's almost like it's almost seems like Formula One's getting like a little bit more Americanized, which will probably be more open. Like, dude, I don't watch any basketball, and I watch the walkout, like the outfit stuff of like the NBA dudes, because this shit's just dope, And I think that you said something pretty cool, like at the very start of this, which it wasn't apparent to me in the way that it is now until I started on the podcast, but like culture drives everything. Like, that's like the glue that sticks all this shit together. And like, me and you were so influenced by the culture of like Krusty Demons and Nitro Circus and the music, and that's like a thick cultural thing. It wasn't about the tricks. Like, I've never done a heel clicker, bro. Like, you know what I mean? That ain't me. But in terms of like the way that the culture can infect you, like we got infected by the culture. And I think that, you know, you look at basketball, street culture, street fashion, like it's like cultural. And I think that, you know, I guess that's maybe one of the things I think you're sort of responsible for is like adding a little bit to the culture, like the old money Euro guy, like that's a part of the F1 culture. Like we've kind of been there and done that. But I think now, you know, to see the newer wave, and I think it does like thicken up and bring more of like a, Western would be the wrong word, but like a more American kind of globalized kind of culture to it. And I think that's just going to make it cooler across the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean, it's blown up especially because of the series of Drive to Survive, and yeah, like it changed pretty much overnight. And I think, like, I look at that and I'm just like, it's awesome because it's a sport. Obviously, not only I'm involved in it, but like I've loved it my whole life. So to be able to share it with more people and to show more of the world, like this is why I love this sport. Like, come and take a look. Like it's just nice for it to be that accessible, and that's where, you know, we touch on, like, I mean, UFC is that now. You know, 10, 15 years ago, it wasn't to what it is now, where everyone pretty much knows it. And it's like F1's starting to get there. And that's where I'd love Moto and all that to be, where, yeah, and a lot of these action sports, it's like, yeah, it just needs that platform where people can see it and then be like, oh, wow, like, where's this been my whole life?
What was the like, I
like
guess
that.
oh, sorry, dude. Oh, yeah, there got.
Sorry, it cut a bit. Mate, you go. Sorry.
What was like the biggest, like, was it that big of a change to where it was like overnight you walk out your door and people are like, it's just like a different level of fame?
It really was, like, and like Europe, like Formula One's always existed in Europe. So, you know, like Europe got bigger, but it wasn't like an overnight change because it was already there. It was really the States where I noticed it the most, where like I'd been going to the States 4-5 years, like during the summer and that. And maybe in 2 weeks, maybe one person would recognize me in a 2-week period, where it was like the day I'd land, like, mate, I was walking like across a crosswalk and a guy on like a motorbike came up, stopped, took his helmet off, had a photo.
Wow.
Like, it was people yelling across the street, like, Ricciardo, and it was, it really did change overnight. And so, you know what, like normally I'd be a bit like upset because I'm like, oh man, like I can't even kind of get away now. I'm like, this used to be a quiet place for me where I could just chill. Now it's like I'm a bit more recognized, and can I still do like the same things and go to the same places without getting, you know, bugged or whatever. But I don't know. I actually, it brought me a lot of happiness because that I was like, you know, wow, we're able to now share our passion with so much more of the world, and they're loving it. Like they can see why our sport is so cool. So that just, I guess, made me happy more than anything.
It's such like a case study. I'm sorry, this is the 3 millionth time you've spoke about this exact topic, so we're doing it.
It's all good. It's all good.
I think it just speaks to, and like I saw this the first time in the UFC when I was living in America. So like, I'm just a karate kid. Like, my whole life has just been like the martial arts thing. So like, I was watching UFC, like Ultimate Fighter 1, like the whole, like, never missed a season, you know, like I've been in the game for so long. And I was the guy that was trying to explain to people how good it was. And then like my mum would be watching it on TV and then she's like, he's elbowing that guy in the face and there is blood streaming out of his head. Like, I'm not watching this. And I'm like, no, but this guy's awesome. He comes from here and he's from Stockton and like his brother does this. And like, you know, you're trying to explain to people. Yeah. You try 207 motherfucker. You're trying to like explain it, you know, and then when I was living in America, my business partner at the time, he was like same deal. He's like, this fucking sucks, and I'd be like trying to buy pay-per-views. We had like this sick TV, and he's like, nah, dude, like go watch in your room on your laptop. And I'm like, bro, it's George St. Pierre versus Carlos Condon. Like you have to watch this fight, you know. And then so I finally win the argument of like, all right, we can watch a pay-per-view. I'm pretty sure it was Condon Pierre, and then anyway, like he's watching the pre-fight stuff and like the talk, he's like really pulling for Condon or whatever. And then so he like got sucked in, and then his mum is staying at the house, and then she gets sucked in, and it's like, it's a testament. Like, well, I could see, I'm like, once people get to know people past a certain point, once they like the human story of like struggle and triumph and overcoming adversity, like it's so intrinsic. Like it doesn't matter whether it's like water polo or whether it's Formula One or whether it's fight. Like if you tell the story right, then you can't help but make people fans. Like people like people. They don't necessarily like sport just for the sport itself, you know? And I think that it's probably something where like Formula One, it was just so about the racing. It was only about the racing, and it was about the cars and the tech. And it's like, okay, cool. Well, you're appealing to a fraction of the people that you could potentially be appealing to if you just told the more humanized story of struggle and triumph and you know, overcoming adversity. And I think that it's such a dope case study to go from, you know, sport where there's helmets on and you're in this tiny car. Like it's a spaceship. Like you're in a spaceship that doesn't have wings. So it's like, it's so cool to see like the power of just like telling a story.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head, and I think the sport itself is that's like the whatever, I don't know, the second part of it, or the second tier importance. It's getting to know a person's story, getting behind the scenes, I guess, and yeah, you invest in someone ultimately, and that's where you invest in someone, but you also then have, I think, just respect for either that athlete or the sport itself. And that's where, you know, like with Supercross or with, you know, MMA, I have obviously a lot of athletes in those fields that I like, but I respect them all because I know a lot of stories and I know kind of how freaking hard it is and all of that. So I think, yeah, just the admiration for the sport itself grows. And with us, it was, as you say, like, we have helmets on, and that's the biggest thing, which I think limited our fan base as well for so many years, is that no one knows us. Like they might know the color of our helmet, but they don't know who's underneath the helmet. Like not many people probably know what many of us look like a lot of the time, until, you know, unless you're on the podium, then who's going to kind of see you? So like that naturally held the sport back in a way, just through the the visuals, if you will. But now to like take the covers off, it's helped tremendously.
Did you see it coming at all, like while you were filming it, or like was there any indication that it was going to be what it was? And like when you first watched the first episode of it, were you just like, ah, shit?
I didn't know it was going to be what it was, and probably more so like I knew, so I know the power of Netflix, so I was like, it has potential, but I was like, I don't know, like a non F1 fan's going to watch it, and also I still wasn't convinced it would appear on Netflix. You know, I was like, it seems too good to be true. Like F1's never done anything remotely close to this, so how all of a sudden are we going to have like a lead series on the biggest platform nearly, or whatever it is? So it's just it's probably just too good to believe.
Yeah.
But then I watched the first episode, and I was a big part of the first episode, and I was like, oh wow. I was like, all right. But I still didn't. I was more like, oh cool, I'm on Netflix. But I still didn't. I didn't think it would have the effect it's had.
Yeah.
Like that's definitely blown me away.
Yeah, it'd be pretty. I guess it'd be pretty hard to see what was coming. But it's just funny, like you think about Netflix. It's like Netflix and chill. So it's like you're essentially like for every dude that watches it, there's a chill that's watching it as well. You know what I mean? It's like really surefire way to blow up the fan base.
Yeah. So I think the big subject should be how do we get Ride to Survive going? How do we do it, Jace?
Hey, I'm all about it. I would love to. I think, well, like, dude, you're a big MotoSpy fan. Like, you know, it sort of is there in like a small capacity. But it's like, yeah, I guess just trying to like get it onto that platform. Like, I mean, we've spoken. I've got some ideas that I'd like to kind of do in the future to try and get that, you know, I guess the two-wheel thing more out there. But man, we've got the characters in the sport, like big time. Got the characters in the sport.
Yeah. I mean, and I think it was back in like 2013 or 14. They had that series Behind the Dream.
Yep.
I think it was called Supercross Behind the Dream, and I mean, mate, that's where like after watching that was an example where like me and Will Hahn became like very good mates pretty much from me watching that. Like I knew Will as a competitor, but I didn't know the struggles and the shit he'd gone through. And after watching his episode, I was just like, like I wanted to cry for the kid. And it was really, you know, because of that, I got to know Will, and, you know, now we are very, very good friends. So, you know, and that I was already imagine, I just feel like the power of someone watching it who doesn't really know much about sport, like sucked in straight away.
Yeah.
Yeah. So mate, like I'm a fan, so I wish they had it, but more like they've earned it. Like these athletes have earned this. Like they've put so much time, obviously blood, sweat, tears, all that stuff. Like the hours in freaking hospitals that they've spent, I really don't want to know. So I think they've earned it. They deserve it. And if it helps them get more sponsorship and they can build their brand and business and all, like they deserve every penny they'll make from it. So yeah, for that as well, I think that would make me very happy for them to get that.
Well, man, I think that probably the one thing, I mean, I don't know if people talk about it, but I mean, for me, I think probably the success of Drive to Survive comes from the way that Formula One was not able to edit the footage. So the real story got told. And I think that's probably what really lent itself to the success. And I think that in so many times, sports are so scared and they're so like guarded of like their image, and they don't want to, you know, they don't want to talk about the, you know, like the rivalries, and they don't want to have the swearing, and they don't want to have like the realness of it. And then you had Netflix come in and be like, let's go. And then it's like, that's what kind of really, that's what really worked. And I think, you know, to go back to the UFC thing, it's like, that's what worked for Daddy Dana. Like, he was just like, whatever, boys, free for all. And then he'd say like, hey, I'm dealing with fighters. These dudes literally have tried to fight me, and I'm the president. Like, what am I going to censor these dudes? And so I think that it's like that realness that, that's what really sold the Drive to Survive thing. And like for you dropping a C-bomb in one of the episodes, like that was like the dopest shit in the world, you know, like your mum was probably pissed, but that resonated with like millions and millions and millions of people that were just like, hell yeah, boy. So, I mean, I think that for any sport going forward, it's just like, and I mean, I know like Jeremy and the crew, like they really tried to do that with MotoSpy as well. Like that show made people unhappy that were like in the industry, because it was super real. And I mean, you know, you are sort of like, you're trying to protect yourself, and you're a competitor and you don't want certain things to go out, but it's like, take the hands off the wheel, baby. Like, show people the real shit, and you know, you're really gonna make some fans again through that like relatability deal.
Yeah, and I hope that, like, say the Moto family. That's all obviously the industry, the teams and all that can understand, like, I guess in a way, like the risk F1 took
Yeah.
with the series and that, and look how it's turned out. And obviously F1 is, as a business, I think more at play probably,
Yeah.
or a lot more to lose, if you will. Obviously the budgets of F1 teams are much bigger than the budgets of moto teams and all that. So like for them to take that risk and to pull it off, I hope that it, like to hear that people were upset with MotoSpy, I'm shaking my head. I'm like, how? Like, what are
Yeah.
you talking about? So, yeah, I don't know if it's like an old school mentality or what it is, but I mean, this stuff can only help. It can only help. I mean, again, I don't know everything. I like to think it can only help.
Yeah. So going into 2022, you've watched the preview show. Who's the pick, mate, for the 450 class? Let's dive into some predictions.
So,
Go on.
I love it. I love it so much. I think, I think the most exciting one is going to be. I say the most exciting. I feel bad because, like, I love them all, so I hate I'm not taking sides, but anyway, I think obviously exciting is Eli on the Yamaha. I think and to see what Star did, in pretty sure it was 12 months. I mean, probably not even 12 months. What they did with that team. I mean, I'm obviously just looking from the outside as a fan. I don't know the ins and outs, but it seemed like they did an incredible job, especially on the 450s to get that going. So I think that makes it really exciting to see or to know how Eli's going to go with that outfit. And they've all moved to Florida, and I've heard that's a pretty unbelievable setup, especially for photos concerned. So that's really cool. But yeah, mate, I think yeah. I'll leave it there. Like,
No.
What I get nervous about, is like the biggest thing. I'm just like, I just hope everyone rocks up to A1. I'm like, I just want everyone to be healthy. Like, I want it to be stacked. So like, kind of just to be the big, like, I don't know, softy as it all, but I'm like just praying that everyone is healthy and everyone can compete, because that's like, as a fan, that's what I want. I want like all the best guys lined up at the gate, and then it's like, let's see who's season and who's going. But I mean, if you're talking A1, you can't not mention Barsha. Like, he's the round one G, and yeah, so there's a lot of people to watch, but
So sticking on Eli.
I guess. Wait. So they.
Right,
Oh, yeah,
no,
go on. You
going.
go.
No, you go.
No, it's all good. I was just gonna say. So, who has new bikes? Is it just KTM?
Yeah. KTM and Husky, I'm pretty sure they're running Gas. They're running the same bike through 23. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, that's my
hit me.
That's my little question mark, is like the new bike thing. So yeah, we'll stick on Eli. As a gentleman that's changed teams, how why change teams if you're Eli Tomac? And yeah, what do you think about just the change in general as a guy that's been through it at a semi-high level of racing?
Well, I think so. Like anything, you can get a little bit stuck in a rut. Hey. So.
Damn, you really do know Supercross, bro. Weird flex, but okay.
Change can be sometimes the most, and whether there's reason for it or not, like sometimes change is like a holiday. So that in itself, but I think Eli certainly spent a lot of time at Kawasaki. They also had some success, so maybe also in his mind, he's like, well, I've kind of done everything I can with this team. Like, why not explore something different? I think he's also getting towards, obviously, the latter part of his career. So it's like, there's no better time than now. And also just kind of working with a new bike a new setup. I don't know if out in Florida or not. I'm not sure how that looks, but
No, I'm pretty
like
sure he's staying
that as
in
well.
Colorado.
Colorado, okay. But even that in itself, I think will challenge him. And like with me at Red Bull, it was like kind of just easy, and I honestly worried that I would get complacent, and because you kind of just get to a point, maybe you're just going through the motions. So yeah, I think you want to challenge yourself, and like, mate, paycheck or not, like whether he's getting more money there or not, I think that's secondary.
Yeah.
I think it's more like he seems, I don't know him really personally, but he seems too pure
Yeah.
to like chase the paycheck. Like I think he honestly thinks he could probably be better on the Yamaha, and but yeah, I think it's more of a challenge and a fresh, fresh approach.
Does it force you to grow? Like when you went from like Red Bull to Renault and then Renault to McLaren, like I guess, can you not help but grow and get better in like, I guess, unexpected ways even at times?
Yeah, like I after racing for, well, at least F1 for 10 years, like it was this year that I actually found out what I'm good at. Like, so through the growing process and trying to get better driving the McLaren, so like through my understanding my weaknesses, I also understood my strengths, and I was like, oh wow, like that, being able to do this the last few years. Okay, so that's what I need in the car, because that's me, and that's what gives me the most kind of natural approach to a corner. So this is what I need to give the engineers. I need to give them this information so I can do that, because yeah, fuck, that's my strength.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think just being in a different room, like you're forced to grow. You're going to make new relationships. You're going to learn how to be a leader or just pick up new skills, people skills, whatever that is. So there's a lot which just comes with it, and that's exciting. So I totally get why he's moved on and stuff. And again, I don't know the internal kind of, call it, I say politics, but just the internals with the team. But
Yeah.
you can out of yourself, and maybe that's what he's looking for also, to motivate him for the kind of, let's say, the last few years of his career, perhaps.
Yeah. And so sticking on Star then, so you get a guy like Ferrandis. So Ferran, he goes out and he podiums his first race. I think the opener last year, I think he got second. But then it sort of was like a bit of a struggle. He was injured coming into the year, so I guess that's like there's a caveat there anyway. But like, so he goes, steamrolls everybody in the outdoors. Like, it just wasn't even a fair fight at times, it looked like, which is crazy to think about. And like, so you go from being that guy that like wasn't like a winner or like a championship guy in that class. What do you think that it does to him in Supercross? Like, he's been a Supercross champ, so it's not like there's a cloud around like his ability to ride Supercross. But what do you think that championship does in terms of like momentum, or do you just hate him because he took out Jet at A2?
I don't hate him, not at all. And actually, I mean, the way Jet handled that, I think that was really like very mature. Because that could have gone two ways. He could have obviously just lost his marbles and whatever. But yeah, I think he also Jet won people over with his reaction and response to that A2. But man, I think so. The outdoor stuff, I think that only gives Ferrandis a ton of confidence going into Supercross. So I think that's let's say some momentum for him, but also the team, because they also now are like, all right, we've got a guy who 100% can win races in 450. He's not overwhelmed by the competition or the stage. So I think that only gives him confidence coming into Supercross, and then shifting to outdoors, whether that confidence remains or whether he kind of feels a bit more pressure to defend the title, that I don't know. But speaking of Supercross, I'm sure and even just being healthy, like, it was a broken wrist last year? Yeah. So even that will just, to anyone, give him confidence, especially in this sport, knowing that you're you're not too banged up. That must go a long way.
Man, I think the battle outdoors between Tomac and Ferran, oh, it's gonna be so good, dude.
Caliente. Yeah, right. That'll be sick. And then like guys like Cooper Webb, like one line will forever stay with me was, I think he's sitting at in the stands at A1, I think just before the pre-race press conference and all that. I think it was on maybe Motospy, and he just goes, "I ain't shit right now." And that was, he's coming in with the number one plate. He's just, won his first title. And for him to say that and I mean, I know he believes it as well. Like, that's where you're like, this guy, that's the mentality you need. And I don't know. That for me resonated and it was so powerful. And I'm just like, okay, like he still has a chip on his shoulder. He's still got something to prove. And I'm like, that is a powerful fucking man.
Yeah, I mean, that was look, is it fair to say we bonded over Cooper Webb this season?
Yeah, I mean, like, I pretty much have a man crush on the whole field. But yeah, like Coop is, I'm kind of like, if you could DNA like alpha male,
Yeah.
there's no one on this planet that has a higher number than him. Like, it's just, he's just got that. It's not, I was going to say he's got that dog in him. It's not even dog. Like, dog's not even enough. Like, he just has it, and it's never enough. And it's powerful. The only thing I would say is, like, to get that balance, like, I really hope he also enjoys the wins, if you know what I mean. But yeah, he's a unique individual, mate. I have a lot of respect and admiration for him.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy. The clip, I got hammered on that clip about Chase, like saying I'm like a full Cooper Webb hater. I'm just like, dude, this could not be further from the truth. Like, I'm awestruck by this dude's ability to just be like, you can see whoop sections where he's like seconds slower at times. And then it's like, he'll just find time. It's like, there's no time to be found, bro. Like, where are you getting this? And then there was one, what was it? It was maybe Atlanta 2 last year. And it was the race that Kenny crashed in the whoops. And then he passes Kenny, a pretty pivotal championship kind of moment. And the last lap of that race, he was sending it. Like, sketchy sending it. And I'm just sitting here, like, grabbing the table, being like, no. Settle down. You don't need to do this, Cooper. Please relax. And then to go and, I heard that he was, like, really not wanting Sexton to get a win at the end of the season, because obviously Chase is, I think, when I look at the way that he rides and I look at the pedigree, I look at the championships he's already won, like, that to me, it's like, if you want to talk about like DNA of like that crazy mentality, call it big dick energy, if you will. I think that, all those other ingredients, it's like Chase is like, he come out of the mold, and dude, like, Coop already pretty much like title done, like wrapping it up, was just like, I'm not letting that dude win. Like, he will not go into outdoors with anything on me, because, you want it, like, that's like a next level dude of like thinking. It's like a pool player that's thinking like 3 or 4 shots ahead, or like the ultimate chess player that's like knows the move that you're going to do. It's like, we're not seeing a dude in Coop that is just trying to win this race. He's trying to win the entire off season until January 1. Like, he will be in your head the entire, like, god damn, that's the kind of guy that just gets me excited, like, to just be that much of a savage.
Yeah, like, you've said it all, and you're so right. Like, it would be so easy to just be like, last race, got it wrapped up. Like, I've shown everything this year. Like, they all know I won, like, blah, blah, blah. He's like, nah. He goes, I am not going to give them an inch. And that, to have that, I think just that kind of relentless mindset. And because I think it's also um, what's the word I'm looking for? It's a bit of a, like it's a mechanism where he's also kind of worried, I guess, and I'm saying I don't want to put words in his mouth, but the way I read it, he's also worried that if he does give them a sniff, is that then going to be all they need to give
Yeah.
them the confidence to go? Like, so he's like, I no, I'm not going to take any risk. I'm not going to give them a single thing because they might run with that, and then maybe that's out of my control. So he's like, I'm going to control what I can and keep them where they are for as long as I can, and that's it. And it's mate, it's like that was his most, hands down. Like there was so many great races last year, but the last one was his most impressive victory. Like because he didn't need to do that, and you could tell that was just a very big message sent. So that was cool to watch just as a competitor.
Yeah. And so he leaves Alden, like as an athlete, right? So you've probably like, yeah, going from Red Bull to Renault, and you get people that are like, why the fuck did you do that? Or you get like those doubters, like the people that think that they know better. Like, how hard is it for an athlete to kind of block out that noise and like stay true to like what you would know on the inside? Like, because it's pretty clear at this point that Cooper Webb is not an idiot. You know what I mean? Like, leaving Alden is not like a coin cost decision that he's making. So like, I don't know, where do you like, how do you view that decision to leave like the best trainer in the sport?
I I view it as like there's no better guy to know than Coop,
Yeah.
and he's proven himself. He's been there long enough. Like he knows what he wants by now. He knows what makes him tick, and he knows how to win races and what's going to help him win races. And like I, not to be like kind of lazy about it, but I wouldn't even question it. Like if that's his
Yeah.
decision, then it's like, sure, Coop, like you know what works for you. So it's not even a conversation for me. And that's like I don't know Alden, so I'm obviously not putting anything towards him, but it's just Coop himself knows, and
Yeah.
that's it. It's black and white, um, simple as that. So I think I think it's also, I mean, that's just him as well. Like it's kind of cool that he's just gone and said, I'm gonna do my own thing. And yeah, as you say, I'm sure a lot of people are like, are you crazy? Like you've been winning, why would you change and all this? But it's like maybe in his head he's like, well, I can be even better. He's like, I
Mm.
just want to do my thing and whatever. So that's also where some people might think he's crazy. Maybe that's him fucking not getting complacent. Like that's him
Yeah.
pushing that next level now. So like, yeah, it's who knows, but I would never question it from
Yeah.
no, not
Yeah.
at that level.
He's
No,
got
he
he's
knows
he's
he
got
knows
enough.
what he's doing.
So I was talking to
Yeah,
Truman, and he was saying that like this to me also speaks like a lot about a guy, right? So we're talking to Truman the other day, and he's like, "Man, Coop just like has 6 pairs of goggles," and it's like he's probably getting paid 6 figures by a goggle company, and he's got like 6 pairs of goggles, and he's like reusing tear offs, and then he's running the number 2 jersey while he's got a number 1 on his bike. That to me is like the dopest shit in the world, because it's like he don't give a fuck. Like there's things that you should care about and there's things that you shouldn't care about. And like as much as it's dope to like look good, feel good type of thing, but if you can just treat it as like a work day and you're just like putting on your work boots and you don't give a fuck what colors you wear and you don't give a fuck if you've got number 1 or 2 or 69 on your back, like that to me I think says a lot about a guy, and their like I guess their intentions, you know. We're fucking good. Yeah, so like we are talking about the whole like he's got 6 pairs of goggles thing. Like to me, that just speaks volumes to a guy, you know.
that's I can I guess relate where I don't really give a shit. Like how like I'll reuse the same like fireproof socks from the day before sometimes because I'm like they're there. The other ones are like all folded up nicely. But these ones are like, it's just easy to put those on, and I'm just like, I just want to go and drive, and like, I've only got 3 tear offs and not 6, but it's like, yeah, I just think there's more shit to worry about than that sort of stuff. So, especially moto, when you're going to get it dirty after 2 turns anyway, I'm like, yeah, all good. I got it. I get it.
But I think that's like that sort of speaks to like the level of like business mentality. You know, it's like kind of grimy, and I like that in a guy, because I mean, when I was a kid, I just wanted everything to look so sick. Like that almost mattered more than fucking going fast. So it's like I can recognize a real one when I see it, because I wasn't that guy.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, do you know why we cared more about that? It's because we fucking sucked. So the only thing we had going for us was looking good. Where he knows he's good, so he doesn't care, mate. But that's the difference. All the gear, no idea. Is that what they say?
Yeah, that's my motto in life.
So I mean, it's still me. Don't get me wrong. But anyway.
Yeah. What about the new bike? Like, that's my only, like, I don't know how good that bike is, and I know that Supercross wise, the last bike obviously was dialed. He won 2 championships on that bike. I know that he was not pumped on the bike outdoors, but it's just a completely different kettle of fish. And I think it's like, even if the new bike's good at a couple of races, I mean, there's probably just going to be times where they're going somewhere and they're just not going to know what direction to go, because they just don't have data. You know, like on the old bikes, they've just got like years worth of data. And I mean, at times, maybe you struggled this season in the McLaren, a new car. So it's like, it can be a thing that like guys have to deal with.
Yeah, I feel, not to say, yeah, like you'll get what I mean, but I'm not saying their sport's easier, but in terms of, like, what did I have? 1.5 days of driving the McLaren before going to the first race.
That's ridiculous.
And it's crazy. And then think about how many things you could change on an F1 car. Like, I want to say, pretty convinced there's a lot more to change and a lot more data than a moto, a Supercross bike. So, like, yes, it's difficult, but I feel like with their pretty much unlimited amount of testing they can do, all the preseason, and not having 10,000 different settings, I'd like to think that they'll have enough time to get pretty dialed before the first race. So I'm not saying it's easier, but I'm saying I'm less concerned that will be a big issue. It will probably be a bit of a challenge, but I don't think it'll be the difference from him finishing podium or being P15. Like, I don't think he's going to be. It's not to that scale. Well, I don't think it is, but that's only because I'm trying to kind of cross-relate the two sports, I guess, and weigh it up in my head.
And so then to go from Coop to like his arch nemesis, I guess, in Roxon, have you got like any different kind of expectations for Kenny this year, or is it sort of the same story? Like, there's really the bikes, I guess year 2 on that bike, like, I know they struggled with that bike. I mean, just getting comfortable with it. And I mean, Chase kind of admitted that. But it's like, really, it's business as usual for Kenny. So like, do you have expectations for him? Like, are you looking at him like this could be the title year? Is he the kind of guy where it's like, he's always in contention? Like, you can never count him out, but you can never hand him the title before you go, kind of deal? Like, where's he kind of sit for you in this whole picture?
Yeah, I mean, he definitely can win. I feel weird when, like, you hear, like, I've heard some people be like, yeah, he's just can't win a Supercross title, or like, yeah, he'll win races, but he won't be able to do it. I'm just like, how do they know? Like, he's, like, on one lap, he's as fast as anyone. So who says that he can't do it this year? yeah, I mean, he's more than capable. I expect him to be there. I expect like what's going to be interesting is I think Chase is obviously going to,
Yeah.
get closer as well. Being in year two now, I think he's going to like push Kenny. So we'll see if that kind of brings Kenny up as well,
Mm.
or like how that kind of affects that kind of inter team battle. Because it may be they just both elevate each other, and maybe they're both the guys to beat. Full stop. But yeah, like I definitely wouldn't be the one to count like Kenny out. The kid's way too talented to count out, and he's won obviously outdoors, and like he can win. So it's not
Yeah.
like he's not prepared to.
What's the? I feel like Formula One is probably the sport where you have to navigate the teammate dynamic, probably more so than any other sport in racing. How hard is that? And like, has that got the best of you at times? And is that like a something that can just be at the forefront of your mind when it's like probably not the best thing to be thinking about, but it's like it's one of those things where you're like, I know I shouldn't let this bother me, but fuck, it's doing my head in. Like I just can't get this guy out of my brain, even though I really, really want to.
Yeah, I think it's easy to get caught up in that, and for us in Formula One, like our best reference is our teammate. Like
Mm,
your teammate can kind of make or break your career. Um, because he's the only guy with the same machinery, and we know Formula One is very different. So it's really the best gauge to dictate how well you're doing. So it's very easy to kind of think about your teammate. Um, so you can get sucked into it, absolutely, but it's more. I think it's more about like relationship managing. Because the team obviously doesn't want like friction. They don't want this crazy rivalry. They want you to like work well together, kind of best interest of the team, all that sort of stuff. And ultimately, I think if you're investing energy into
yeah.
your teammate or ultimately any other competitor, then like you're taking something away from yourself. So I think it just requires like self awareness and discipline to be like me first, put me first, do everything I've got to do, and then if you want, then think about someone else or what they're doing good or better or worse or what. But like invest 99% of your energy into yourself first and foremost.
Yeah. Um, this is turned into like a full Ricciardo season prediction thing, but I fucking love it.
It's all
After
good.
list,
I've never given
after
Supercross predictions.
I like it. I love the take though. Like, there's you can play yourself down all you want, but like you're in such a sick position as a fan to talk about this stuff just because you've got such similar experiences in a different lane. So it's like it's a sideways perspective for me. And like I just sit here and like I've kind of been around it, but I've never been a peer in that sense. But so from listening to the Chase podcast, where do you like? Is there anything that stuck out for you in that? And like, where does you put him in this whole picture after like kind of like listening to that and like being aware of what's going down on that end? Also, after seeing that ridiculous video on Instagram,
Yeah, that's all I needed to see.
they could put a horn on a jellyfish.
um, um, I think what annoys me the most is it's so effortless, or it sounds so effortless, like low revving, and it's just again, I think I can relate, but obviously I can't. But like I know what I'm seeing, or I think I know what I'm seeing, but I'm just like, so like I think like he he definitely is in a good position. Let's say from a mental standpoint, because he's like got the experience now, first year under the belt. So I think like call it nerves and all that sort of stuff is pretty much brushed to the side. Still kind of got nothing to lose because like Kenny's still the experienced race winner in that team. So he's kind of just able to ride pretty freely and carefree. And I think that can be a real powerful place to be. Um, so yeah, I would say like mentally, that's he unless I miss something, I think he's in a very good place.
Yeah, you had a bit of a shocker your debut season in F1, and I think it was probably more, maybe more so to do with like machinery. Um,
I lost you for a bit, mate. Sorry, you'll have to say that again.
you
Sorry.
lost me. You had a shocking debut.
Yeah.
So your debut season, and probably more so due to like machinery, not being an F1 expert at all, never been to a race. But like that was not a good first season to. Or I'm sure the season that you would like wanted to have a lot of like challenges, probably like not the best machinery. So it's like, how hard is it to mentally bounce back from a debut season? You've worked your entire life to get to the big show, and then you're in the big show and it's like second last 18th, you know what I mean? Like just in that zone. Not saying that Chase was there, but I mean crashed out of winning races. Like he should have won this maybe second, third race of the season, just like whole shot out front, see it later guys, like you'll see Chase Sexton on the podium, and then crashes out, then he's injured, and there's another big crash down the track. So it's like a similar way. Like for him, he failed his first season, admittedly, like by his own admission. So it's like, how hard is it to bounce back from a rookie season when like you've just worked your entire life to get to the big show, and you get there and it's just like deflated?
I feel like it's. I mean, coming like. I think it's kind of. Well, I say easy. Nothing's easy, but like it's. After your first year, I think once you take some time off and reflect on it, it's very easy to convince yourself that, oh yeah, like next year I'll be. I mean, I've learned a lot. You know, I've got all that out of my system. Like, yeah, of course, next year's going to be better. I'm more comfortable on the bike now. Da 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 da. So, yeah, like maybe in the moment, it would have felt like a failure, I would say, but it's not that. I think it's just part of going through the process.
Yeah.
And of course, mate, like as racers, competitors, like we're failing when we're not winning, especially if you believe you're good enough to do it. But it's it's not always that black and white. So yeah, I know obviously he said what he said, but I truly think like reflection and all of that, there is just that inner confidence, like, okay, first year's done. I'll clean that up. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, it's like
you know where I'm going, but that's how I
Yeah.
would feel about it.
Yeah, it's like you give yourself a breakfast ball, pretty much. Oh, golf reference.
Yeah,
I don't know if
exactly.
you're much of a golfer.
I said exactly as if I knew exactly what you were talking about, but I've never heard that in my life.
Yeah. As soon as I said,
I
I
was
was like,
convincing with my response.
yeah, I was like, oh fuck yeah, he's probably not getting that one.
Oh, what a helmet.
Oh, that's so good.
Wait, now
Yeah.
I'm nervous now because I'm like, fuck, did I miss something in Chase's podcast?
What
But in
about?
terms of no, because obviously I said like I think mentally in that he's in a good place, but was he alluding to not having much self confidence or anything like that, or was it more just the
Well,
frustrations of some missed opportunities
I just
in
think
year one?
overall, like his rookie season was not what he wanted it, or like the expectations. And I think you look at a guy like him, man, like he has been on a run, like wins basically every championship that he's been in. Then he signs a HRC deal, and it's like the ball's rolling, and it's like shit's really working. And then I'm sure he would have been faster than Kenny a lot of times at the test track, and I think that's probably like a weird thing that our sport has, is the guys that are just so fast in practice. And like you're there every day smoking dudes at the practice track, and then you go there and then you're getting worked by the guys that just seem to be able to show up and do it on the race day, like I feel like you guys probably don't have as much opportunity for that to happen. And then the stuff that you guys are doing, it was actually pretty cool. I was texting Blake through a couple of races, and like we're watching like qualifying sessions and stuff, because I don't know that much about F1 in terms of like what you guys are actually trying to do during a practice or a quali. And I'm like, oh shit, he's in 12th or 14th, and they're like, oh yeah, that's because he's doing this and this and this. So it's like you guys don't have that, where it's like sometimes in Supercross you can go to a test track and just get absolutely pumped by the same dude every single day. It's like that's like this mental thing that you've got to deal with, and then you just show up to the track, and then that guy ends up beating you. And I think that I don't know lap times and stuff with like Chase and Kenny, but it's like you've got all this confidence, like you're on the level of that guy, and then you just go out and he's just reeling off wins in a row, and you're just coming up with donuts. Like I think that there's mentally some stuff at play that Supercross guys have to go through that's quite unique, just based on the fact that they're around and practicing together so much.
Yeah, that's I feel in a way like that's sport, and I mean I won't use like the Chase and Kenny example, but like in general, like the best guys might not be the fastest, or but it's like who's the best ultimately. Like everyone, I'll even use another sport, but like say tennis, everyone in the top 10 can hit the ball as well as each other, and maybe the 10th guy in practice is better than the first guy, but when the lights are shining bright and there's the attention, there's the pressure, there's all this so-called expectation and all the other noise, like that's the guy who can do it. That's the guy who's less fazed by it. So, and that's ultimately like that's what makes a champion, is the one who can kind of just not be fazed by the externals.
Yeah.
And like I personally think it's even cooler when, call it a slower guy or a less talented guy, keeps winning, because I'm like, he has that it factor.
Yeah.
And like you hear it a lot with, I mean, everything, like, oh, I used to beat him, or I was better than him growing up, and it's like, yeah, okay, like maybe you were, but did you do it when it counted? No. So that's the difference. So don't tell me you can hit a ball better than me or do that better than me when you can't do it when the world's watching, because that then means nothing.
Oh, definitely. And I think that was the shit that I was getting for the coupe thing, is like people are just like, well, he's obviously the fastest, like he wins. It's like, yeah, well, yes, like that's kind of the point, like you don't have to be the fastest guy every weekend. Like you've just got to be the best guy, and it's like the best guy will win.
Yeah, it's like, and that's where, and I think Coop doesn't get enough credit for how fast he is. Like,
yeah, true.
Like he's built such a game day reputation, where everyone's like, he's actually not fast, but he just shows up the most.
Yeah.
But like he's obviously still bullshit fast,
Yeah.
but like he's a definition of a game day guy, and he thrives off the competition, and that's where, like even me now, I see myself where I am in my career, and yeah, like Friday practice, like it doesn't really always excite me that much. So yeah, like maybe I'm not going to be the fastest guy in that environment, call it a testing environment, but as soon as the lights are on and the cameras are on and the world's watching and I'm on the stage, then that's what G's me up to want to do it, and that's what excites me. And when others maybe feel nerves or anxiety or whatever, like that's actually the shit that gets me going. So it just depends what works for you. And obviously, yeah, Coop's obviously proved the whole game day thing.
Yeah.
But he is still fucking fast. Let's not be mistaken.
Don't get it twisted.
Yeah.
Was there a bit of that going on at Monza for you?
There was a lot going on at Monza. Which I was kind of, I mean, ultimately I was fed up. Like I definitely had a call it a Cooper chip on my shoulder, and I'd given myself the time during the summer break to like reset and like kind of flush away the shitty first 6 months. And I was like, all right, like second half of the season, like let's go and forget all the shit that's happened. I'm like, let's just look forward and just go. Like, don't give any fucks anymore, basically. Like, just go, drive, rely on experience, talent, and just don't just don't overthink it, ultimately. So, like, first couple races, like, relatively, it was going a bit better. And then we got to Monza, and it's a track, like, I've always enjoyed, I've always liked, and I knew the car would be pretty quick there. And I was just like, this is the weekend. I'm like, if you're going to do it, this is the weekend. And like, sure, I put some pressure on myself, but I had it. It was like a positive pressure where I was nearly angry.
Yeah.
But that was like fueling me to, like, just, I guess, dig a little deeper, if you will. And then I think the perfect part of all that was, qualifying. I got done by like 5 thousandths of a second, and I think Max was then another few thousandths of a second. Like, so I was kind of the short end of the stick again, and I was just like, fuck this. Like, this is not going to be my narrative this year. Like, it's just not going to be that. So, I was just like, I was very driven and fueled, but I had like certainly a confidence where I was like, I felt comfortable in the car, and I just kind of knew what I had to do. And then it was, as we touched on earlier, like, it was nearly effortless. Like, I was able just to be in the zone. I was like, honestly, I was even singing during the race. I was tapping the steering wheel. Like, I was just kind of having fun. And, in a moment where everyone would think this is like the most pressure that Ricciardo's had all year, like, he's leading, like, I was like the most chilled I'd been. And I was so confident. And that was like a place where I'd kind of built up to it the whole weekend, and then ultimately, that's where, so then, like, I guess people listening are like, well, why don't you just get in that state of mind, like, every weekend? And in a way, like, I do, but the execution isn't always there. But there was something heightened in Monza, I think, for whatever reason, and I don't know, maybe that even I can't explain.
Yeah, it's like trying to kind of capture lightning in a bottle, eh? There's just like a feeling that you get, and I mean, it even, like, it seemed different, like, even talking to you before that weekend, like, it's like there's almost, something kind of in the air, and then, and it's like you execute at the end, but it starts sooner, eh? Like, it sort of seemed like there was little things that went right, and then this went wrong, but because that went wrong, that kind of meant this went right, and it's like a weird little jigsaw puzzle, and it's like the same but all these little things, like the real tiny nuances, actually come together, and it sort of let it happen.
Yeah, and I think I had like really good kind of self-awareness as well that weekend of the situation. And so after qualifying, when I just missed out, by being in the top three by a few thousandths of a second, like, I was so close to just breaking something.
Yeah.
Like, I love breaking innate objects. I just, I'm like, I'm that kind of guy that I do need to let some rage out. But I was aware of what I was about to do, and I stopped myself because I'm like, no, I'm like, bottle this up. As you say, like, keep the lightning there. And I was like, use fucking this rage to bid me, or to fare me well for the rest of the weekend. And so there was this whole, I was just very, that's probably the best word. I was just very aware of everything around me that weekend, and I just drew from everything. And I executed, and through all that, I just had so much confidence, and I knew what I had to do. And I think it was also, like, of course, and maybe, like, this is now the ego, where it's like a fuck you to people who had already ridden me off. And I was like, all right, like, I'll do what I know I can do and shut a few of you up for a bit.
Yeah, well, I think that's like the most interesting part of, like, the ego discussion is, like, how do you use it as a tool? You know, and it's like I sort of always I always have this saying, excuse my French, but it's like a hammer, a hammer. You know, you can build a house with it, or you can hit some cunt in the head. You know, so it's like, and it's like it's true. You know, and so you can use if you compartmentalize the ego, and you're like, this is my hammer, like this is, but I'm gonna build a house with this hammer. I'm not just gonna go and I think it's a really cool, actually. I've never heard someone say like, I'm not gonna let it out right now. I'm gonna keep it in there, because it's like it's entropy, you know, like you've got like this order, this like chaos, and then you let it out. That it's like that energy is now released and it can't be used again. It's like once you burn fuel, then there's entropy. Like you go from a source that can, you know, create energy, and then through that creation process, you release that fuel, it dissipates, and it's worth nothing anymore. And it's like that is good awareness to know, like, if I let this go, all of this energy is now useless to me. But I can use, like, I've never thought of that. That's pretty sick.
Yeah, and that's come through, let's say, experience, like through understanding myself, for sure. So I'd love to say that was, yeah, like a bit of genius, but it was through, I guess, trial and error and understanding kind of what works for me, and learning how, I think ultimately, like learning how to conserve energy through a race weekend then taught me in that moment to hold on to it. Because as you say, like it was fuel, it was fire, it was thing that I knew I could use to my advantage. So I was like, why the fuck would I waste it right now? Like, this is just emotion talking. I'm like, be smarter than that, be bigger than that. Take a few deep breaths and look, this will be okay. This will be okay. So yeah, like that conversation with myself, I guess, is, yeah, it goes back to having that self-awareness, but it's through years of understanding how I operate.
Yeah, that's dope, dude. I like that. I'm gonna try and think about that in the future as well. It was cool to see,
because I've also
sorry,
because I've also fucking hurt myself when I've had these rage moments where I'll like put my fist through a wall or something, and I'll end up nearly breaking a knuckle. I'm just like, oh, you idiot, and then it just fucking makes me even more angry because now I'm injured or something. So yeah, I learned the hard way a few times, but anyway.
Dude, maybe one of the best songs of all time, Limp Bizkit, Break Stuff. Oh, it does not get any better, does it? Oh, I love that shit.
Oh my god, what a time. Wait, actually, I know you're about to ask something, but that reminded me of when you talked about culture before, and you know, with moto, like I would always reference moto videos and stuff to be with like punk rock music or hardcore or whatever. So like the first time I heard, I think it was Anderson, like played a hip hop song over
Yeah.
like a moto clip. I was like, no, I was like, that's not what it is. No. But it's funny, like just resisting the culture that I like referred it to in a way. But like now I listen and I'm like, yeah, fuck, that song sounds pretty cool. So I actually love Anderson's clips and the variety of music he'll play over moto stuff. Funny, like, because our reference or our memory is the nostalgia to it is punk rock music. So
Yeah.
hearing something else, we resist it. It doesn't mean it's bad, but yeah, I just wanted to throw that in there.
Yeah,
Shout out Anderson.
Yeah, shout out. That's he's we'll get to him in a second. I think that it was so cool to just see what it meant for McLaren too, and what it meant for the team, and then obviously like going 1-2. But it's like to see the way that like what it meant for the team, and then for you to like to deliver, and the sport is all about these stories, and you know, like to be a guy that's like able to write your own story. Like this is like the reality that is in your head. Like on Monza weekend, Max had a reality in his head. And then he wanted that reality to come true. Lewis had his reality in his head. Lando had his reality in his head. Yours was the one that won out on the weekend. So it was like whatever, the way that you saw the universe conspiring in your mind, that's what happened. And it's like, that's a really great story. And to go 1-2 and to give McLaren the first win, like, it was incredible just as a sport, like a narrative within sport to see. And it's like, it's just one of those ones where you don't even have to be a Daniel Ricciardo fan, but it's just like, God damn, this is why we do this shit.
Yeah, it made it, I mean, that is why we do it. Like, that made the 200 days of 2021 like worth it. You know, the days where I was not to it, loving it, whatever, like that all made it worth it. And it kind of, yeah, all of it. It's because the sport is there's so many variables, and as you say, like everyone's got their own premeditated reality or whatever it is. So it's like that one worked on that day, and the strategy worked, the pit stops, like the start, all of it worked, and it was just like it was finally a flawless day, and that was so enjoyable. And the high I got from winning was, it had been missed for sure. Like I'd craved that feeling for so long, and it was so high that I remember, like, it was kind of a weird feeling I had. I say weird, like when I say it, you'll probably, maybe people are like, oh, that's an interesting thought. But like the Monday morning I woke up and I didn't sleep much because I was still just like obviously on a high and I was restless. But Monday I was like, you know what? Part of me is glad that I don't win every weekend, because I'm like, I want this high to be as high as it is, and I would hate this feeling to be like numbed out. I don't know if that's a word, but you know, like it feels what it feels like, and I guess there's a fear of, if you have it every weekend, it's just going to feel normal, and then like what's next? You know, what have you got to look forward to? So, like, yeah, I don't want to wait 3 years every time to win a race, but yeah, like I didn't envy anyone else in that moment, and the journey I'd had to get back to that win, like I was completely okay with it, and if anything, stoked that it kind of turned out the way it had. Because I mean, yeah, as I said, like that feeling is, I don't know if I'll feel that with anything.
Yeah, and there's so much that's like, it's thick, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of there's a lot of thickness to why that win meant so much, and that's all stuff that, like, there's a lot of skin in the game there, you know? Like there's a lot of skin in the game from McLaren and from yourself and from, you know, like the people that are around you, and it's like I think that's why it was so rewarding, because it's like, yeah, there was a lot at play, like, and it kind of needed to happen, you know? Like that's another thing too, to be able to deliver when like you need to deliver. Like, hey Daniel, if you don't do something this season, like this won't be a good thing for next year. And then it's like there's a lot at stake, and there's a life's work at stake. And then to just do it, like, talk about being a fucking gamer, you know, like to do it the way you did it, it's like, yeah, it's special, dude. It was really cool for me as well to I guess not be a part of it in any way, but to just see it from like a different lens. It just was, I felt so happy for you, just knowing that it was pretty dark at times, you know, like, and it couldn't not be dark to go through what you went through. And yeah, just to see the effect that it had, like it was, yeah, it's pretty insane. So anyway, I won't fan out on it too much more than that, but yeah, pretty rad to do what you did.
Yeah, thanks, mate. It was the most, like the win was, let's say, a reminder to me that like, yeah, I can still do it, and you know, the self-confidence and belief I have, like, yeah, I proved that it's there for a reason. But you know, the biggest thing, like the win was the uh, if you will, but what I took the most from that is the comfort I had taking the lead, leading the race, being the target,
Yeah.
being that guy. I was just so happy being in that position, and so I guess like chill about it. I wasn't nervous. I wasn't stressed. I wasn't like can I hold this for the next 50 laps? Like I was just like, I'm the guy now. Like I belong here. It's been too long, and if you want to beat me today, then you're gonna have to bring everything because it just felt right. So that was probably the most fulfilling thing for me that day, was that like it wasn't a feeling I forgot. It wasn't something that, spooked me, overwhelmed me, made me uncomfortable. It was, if anything, the most comfortable I felt all year. So I think it was just for my like inner competitor, that was really reassuring for me.
Well, because there's a difference between racing to win and racing not to lose. And it sounds like you were racing to win.
100%. Yeah. 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 It was like as I talk through it, like I've literally got like I'm in the car, like I've got a lot of obviously memories and images of that day, and I'm picturing like going through turn three, the kink, and what I was feeling and thinking, and um, even like little things I'll tell myself, like with 5 laps to go, in my head I'll be like, there's 10 laps to go. With
Yeah.
2 laps to go, I'd be like, there's 8 laps to go. Like just so I'm not kind of thinking about the finish and not starting to get excited. Like just so I kind of just keep hitting my marks. Like it's just another lap. It's another whatever. So I had like little kind of tools that I would use as well, just to kind of stay level headed throughout.
Man, it's crazy. Did you watch the last MotoGP race this season?
Yes, I did.
So you see
Yep.
when Rossi pulls off the track, and then like Suzuki had like a big sort of coat of arms for him, and then like he literally didn't even have to put his bike on a stand, like he just got swamped that much. And then that's those moments. And I mean, it was kind of the same for you winning at Monza. Like there's just these moments where what the fuck is reality at that point? Like you're just sitting in a room right now by yourself for 2 weeks, like quarantine. It's like as flatline as like reality can possibly be. And then you go to those moments and it's just like, it's just such like a peak experience that is just like available if you push through. Like if you tick certain amount of boxes, then you just have access to like this peak experience. Like it's such a trip to think that like that's just a part of like your job, like you can, if you do this, this and this, you will be rewarded with the most ridiculously absurd experience of all time. And then you're being rushed around, and then there's like fans screaming, and then you're doing a shoey and it's on live TV and your phone gets 3 million messages, and it's like, and it wouldn't feel real, because like what would feel real is like right now, like what you're doing is you're just sitting down chilling. Like that's 98% of your like daily life. It's just such a trip, like to even think about these experiences. It's just like, Jesus, how weird can life get?
When you put it like that, and I guess articulate it in that way, it's yeah, it's wild. Um, I mean, like I can definitely relate to this being normal, and that high of victory being kind of surreal. Where yeah, like I mean, it sounds exaggerated, but I felt like I was kind of floating. Like
Yeah.
after the race, your adrenaline's still up here. Then you go into the media, everyone's kind of trying to say congrats and all this and photos, and you're doing interviews, and my shoes are off because I've done a shoey, and I'm like, you're so scattered because the high is, yeah, I guess like somewhat euphoric, and you feel like you're in a bit of a la la land, and it's certainly a cool feeling. And yeah, as you say, like, okay, tick all these boxes to get that. It's weird how you end up at that level. But like going back to Rossi, so I remember watching it. We
Yeah.
were racing in Brazil, and we actually had our like pre-race briefing, and I had like the laptop just set up next to it so I could watch it, because I'm like, man, I've loved this guy since day one. Like as soon as he got on the world stage in 125s, like he just captured, I mean, like millions of us, like
Oh,
just our love and admiration. So I was like close to tearing up, you know, when you described that end of the race and those scenes. I was just like, man, this is someone who's really, yeah, just changed that sport. You know, he turned MotoGP into, you know, something that is, fuck, my English isn't good right now. Like, it's not, pop culture's not the word, but like he
Yeah,
put it
yeah,
on the map.
yeah,
You know, like where people from the outside world can, you know, learn to love it. And yeah, he always went about it in a way which was obviously very authentic, and he did it also. What was so powerful is like he fucked with guys by being him,
yeah,
and that's where it's like a double fuck, where you're like, man, he's doing it effortlessly as well.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And I mean,
Uh,
it's one of the things with him is so like I was with Mick Doohan yesterday, and we were talking about like the retirement stuff. And I was thinking about you and your like retirement, and it made me think like, so he said, man, when it's over, it's over. And he goes, people retire too soon. And you look at Rossi, and it's like he milked that stone. Like, I wonder, I'd love to do a podcast with him one day, but I just wonder if he had that perspective of like, fuck, I'm lucky. Like, this will stop. And like those they're going to be so, like, you can't farm those. You can't grow those. You can't 3D print those. Like, those moments are just like rare air. And, you know, to be able to like sit and be able to breathe that rare air at every opportunity. And I mean, you know, you could probably like you said, you look at a guy like Lewis that's won so many races, like, is he breathing that rare air every time? Like, has he gone past it? Like, is there a sweet spot where, you know, you can kind of stay? And it was like one of those things where I'm selfishly looking forward to like the retired Daniel Ricciardo, because I feel like that's going to be like a way more fun and accessible dude. And we can do some real dumb shit. But then it's like, when I had that conversation with Mick yesterday, I was just like, fuck, he can't retire ever. Like, I don't know that I want him to retire.
it's like I think having, like, going back to probably like having just good awareness of how it is and how it will be. I think an understanding where you are and what you want, and will you miss it? Like, it's kind of like, because it's easy, especially with our calendar, like our schedule, mate, it's so tiring that, for sure, mate, at times you're just like, oh, like, I just want a weekend off. Like, I just want to, like, do I need to be doing 100 flights a year? Do I need to be doing this? Like it's a lot. And then there's obviously always other commitments, blah, blah, blah. So for sure, there's times where you're like over it. And it's not necessarily over the competition. It's just over the other stuff. But the truth is that other stuff is probably 75% of what it is. But yeah, so it's easy to have like thoughts of how good's it going to be when I can actually just have my own schedule. But I'm also aware that, as you say, like, these feelings, these highs, you know, when it's gone, it's gone. And for sure, I'll get my kicks doing other things in life, but to this level, the reality is, yeah, probably pretty slim. So, yeah, it's like all well and good thinking, oh, how much good is the free time going to be? But it's like, okay, how much am I going to miss it when it's gone? Because once you've said it's gone, like, very few come back and do it successfully. So, yeah, I think it's just obviously looking at it from both sides. But yeah, I think like post F1 Daniel will be pretty cool. But I don't know. I really don't know if post F1 Daniel is going to be like still in the limelight, or just the complete opposite, and like shut down social media accounts and just go live on a farm and just do weird stuff and just be Daniel. I don't know. I don't know how that looks.
Yeah, that would be such a hard one. But I think like that was one cool thing in that Mike Posner podcast where he was talking about he's just got like, he feels like he's got a message and he feels like he's got something to give. And it's like, I fully get the like go to the farm and just do whatever you want kind of deal. But then I also think like, when you're a rare person like you that can just give so much to people, and you've got a way, you're the most relatable dude on the planet. And it's like, there's such a crazy skill in being that guy, you know, and to like just stand on stage and scream in a Parkway Drive concert, and to, you know, like you can go on Ellen and hold, like there's definitely, I don't know, I feel like there's probably something that's like bigger in that sense too. But I guess like that's all that shit's about balance, you know, like I guess to build a way that you can kind of maybe dip in and out as you want and do the things that, you know, like you want to do for the right reasons.
Yeah, I think it's like a balance for sure. And I mean, I'm probably kidding myself as well if I'm like, yeah, I'll just spend 65 days on the farm and be cool with that. Like, I mean, F1 aside, like I'm a competitor, and since I was a kid, like whether it's a backyard game of cricket or a video game, like I hate losing. I love winning. And so for me, you know, like I have competitive drive in me. So for me, just to like call it sit on the sidelines for the rest of my days, like I think that's very unrealistic. I think a part of that would be really nice, but for sure there'll be another part of me which wants to chase something or wants to test myself, or as you say, like wants to give back the stuff I've learned, the experiences I've had. Like that's also really, I guess, fulfilling, is passing on knowledge, passing on these things, where especially like with kids, where they can learn and grow from that and ultimately be, you know, that next generation to be better and more educated and set up a better future for them the following. So yeah, it could look a lot of different ways, but ultimately, mate, as you said, like the right word is just to strike that balance, which gives you a bit of everything that you can be comfortable and happy with.
Yeah. With the fact that the sport is so big in the US now, is there any like other events? Like obviously me and you are doing the 12-hour at some point in Bathurst. Driving karts tomorrow with Jack. So is there any events in the US that that stoke you out to where you're like, this could be pretty sick to, like, you know, you go post F1 and then you got your eye on some like cool shit that maybe some doors have been opened up now because of like the popularity over there?
Nothing on like a no, like more things that I want to do in terms of like, you know, I want to do a road trip and just stop in a ton of old bars and meet locals and
Get in
listen to
fights.
local musicians and break up fights, all that sort of stuff. But more from that, like I definitely want to do stuff with, you know, eventually some of the free time I'll have. But from like a competition point of view, like I'm a fan of NASCAR and, you know, Daytona 500 and all that, but I don't think it's a reality for me. But yeah, like little things along the way, like, you know, you touched on Ellen, like that was, you know, even if I was on there for 4 or 5 minutes, like that was an experience which, you know, the door's been opened because of what I'm doing today. And that's something which I wanted to capture because that also won't be there forever. So
Yeah.
there's these little things along the way which I definitely want to participate in because, yeah, they're life experiences, they're opportunities, and again, they don't come around every day and they won't be there forever. So these are things which, of course, I want to try and just enjoy and appreciate, and, you know, cool stories to tell the grandkids someday and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, it must be such a trip to do something like that, and then even like, you know, I guess like the people you end up like rubbing shoulders with, like, would just end up being such a trip. And I mean, it can sort of seem pretentious in a way to like put any kind of like stock into that, but again, I think it's kind of like that Mike Posner thing. It's like it's interesting when you can be around people that have like had to navigate like such a weird version of reality, like like Dax. He's just had a crazy life, and he's like, been through the personal stuff that he's been through, and then he dated like he's a movie star, and then his wife's a movie star, and now he's got this big podcast, and then so it's like you've got these access to these people that just have ridiculously bizarre lives, but it's not just because they're famous, it's like they've gone through this weird shit, and you're getting like, you can get so much wisdom from these people that just have these experiences that are so far like unrelatable, and a lot of times they're just like the most simple truths, and they can like ground you.
Yeah, and like I guess it's a privilege to be exposed to some of like these circles, if you will, because yeah, you can definitely learn, and especially if the person is older than you, like you can learn from their experiences, and it's wisdom, it's knowledge, and it's sometimes just a good story to hear. But with that sort of stuff as well, definitely now, and I think always, but particularly now, like famous person, I only want to, let's say, meet them, like if they want to meet me, like
Yeah.
I don't want to just go and have a photo with, I don't know, like Ronaldo, if he has no idea what my name is, like, because that's meaningless to me, and I don't need to do that. Like, so I want there to be like an actual, yeah, like connection or something there, that it's a valuable experience, and time well spent as well. So yeah, it's cool. Like we've certainly made an F1 fan out of Dax, and I mean, like I mean, a bit like how you and me bonded bikes, it was the same with Dax. Like he loves two wheels, and that was really what, obviously he became a bit of an F1 fan, but it was more like, oh, you love bikes, I love bikes, let's go riding. Next time you're in LA, let's do it, blah, blah, blah. So it was that, which kind of was the glue. And yeah, so going back to two wheels, like it can bring people together.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess that's been like the driving theme of my life too, is just like you get these people just like, do we just become best friends? And it's pretty much how it works.
Yeah. And with like one thing about motorsports is, and I think this is now both for go-karting and growing up, say dirt bike riding, is it's a family affair where,
Yeah.
like some of your best family experiences
Yeah.
are because of this. And it's not, I don't think it's the same if you're like on the football team or that, there is like a bit of a disconnection where, like a bit of the sacrifice to take your child out to the dirt bike track or to the go-kart track and to spend the weekend with them, and okay, mum and sister come along as well, and you do a picnic, and you kind of, there is some real like childhood bonding.
Yeah.
And I think it just builds a really good kind of family foundation. And like some of my best experiences, with my family are go-karting trips and races that we went to, and stories we, kind of tell through some of that and the people we meet. So that's also a really nice thing with, motorsports, is it, yeah, at least I know, and watching some of the behind the scenes stuff with, the dirt bike guys, is that it does have that element of like, yeah, bondage, I guess.
Yeah, it's
Can
crazy.
you
I
can
mean,
that's what I'm saying.
oh man, in such a big way. Like, I mean, my screensaver on my phone is me, my dad, and my brother at the very tip of Australia, and we rode our bikes there together. And it's like, I'm 33 years old, and my dad and my mum will both road trip with us to, like, we did that race in Rocky, like in September, and it's like my parents drove 8 hours to be at that race, and my dad still builds my bikes, and like, And I mean, to be honest, like I don't have anything to talk about. My dad does not. I'm a fucking weirdo to my dad. Like in my non-motocross life, you know what I mean? Like meditation, reading, jiu-jitsu, stretching, like all the dumb shit that I do. Like there's no connection there between me and my dad. And it's like, but bikes, man, I'm the 33-year-old that talks to my dad most days because, hey, Dad, can you help me change my tire? Oh, we got to do this. I'm going to get this bike. What do you think? Oh, do you want to come and help me? I'm going to go do a track day. And it's like the same with Mum, you know, like Mum cooks for everyone, like all of our friends that we, you know, do our little pit setup. And Mum's cooking food for everyone. And I just don't know many 33-year-old guys that are still cruising with their parents. And I mean, Wednesday we're all going riding and saying exactly what you said. And like I just don't know what the family dynamic would be if it wasn't for racing and riding. And you end up with this family dynamic that's just so much tighter than most other people I know that aren't in racing. Like this is a common theme. And to go back to kind of what I was saying, like probably a couple of hours ago at this point, but it's like at one point I was like, I won't let my kid race. I won't let my kid ride. I'm done with that. My friend died. I'm done. Like this isn't a good thing. But it's like now a little bit of, you know, the time has kind of passed and I'm just like, this is a way to keep your kid in your life in like a really positive way. And you're right. Like we played football and we did all that stuff, but it's like, your dad is your mechanic, he's your coach, he's your pit crew, he's your transport driver, he's everything. And then Mum's the nurse, Mum's the cook, you know, like she's the tutor when you're, you know, trying to do your homework. So you're so right, man. There's like a crazy level of bonding that happens through motorsport because it's a pretty ridiculous thing to try and do with a kid.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and it's those, I wouldn't, like I think now, like the time, I guess like my parents took off work and all of that, like on the weekends and when they probably just wanted to have a weekend off, they're out at the racetrack helping me and all that. But it's like, so in a way I feel bad for not giving them their own time. But I think if you would ask them, they'll be like, they were some of the best days ever because we got to spend time with the kids and obviously watch you do something you love. So yeah, I definitely looking back now, like I don't wish it was any different.
Yeah. Did you have a drive to like pay your parents back for all that stuff? And like, was there a moment, you know, not going too much into details obviously, but like, was there a moment where you were like, fucking, you're paid, all of you guys paid? And like, how did that feel? Because man, after everything, like the sacrifice that to get to like the level that you've got to, and I see it with Jack too. Like we were just at Jack's place the other day and you can see like the love he has for his family. Like everything that guy does is to like pay his family back. And like, I was kind of overwhelmed with it a little bit, to be honest. Like, I mean, we go there every year, but for some reason this year, like his sister just had a nephew and like he did the James Stewart thing where like he literally, the baby just come home from the hospital on like Friday, I think. And he went and bought a Pee Wee 50 and then got the newborn baby and rode day one. He's like, I just wanted to be like James, you know? So there's like this level of like, I want to pay my family back for this. And like, there was like an overwhelming feeling, man.
Yeah, it's like something which, you know, like I have an idea about what, you know, say my parents spent to get me to, you know, a certain level, but it's not something which obviously you could like, I guess, physically ever pay them back. Or it's like, yeah, here's 200 grand, you know, that's like, that's the money that you spent on me, blah, blah. And like, there you go. It's, you know,
piss off.
Like they would never also accept it, you know, because it's like, that's in their eyes, that's them part of being, you know, a parent and a supporting parent and whatever, you know. So, but through me trying to pay them back, it's now like with these experiences. And it's like, you know, I love Austin. I think it's the coolest race and whatever. So I was like, Mum, Dad, like you have to come to Austin. Like it is, you will just love it. Like, Dad, I know you love music. Like just no more excuses. You got to come. So like got them to come to Austin in 2019. Bought them the cowboy boots or whatever, and like just they had a great time. And like so, it's through that. It's my best way of paying them back for sure. Like I'll get them, gifts and whatever, a nice birthday gift or Christmas gift or whatever it is. But it's more just the experience and
Yeah.
like things that I'm able to do. I want them to do it as well, and I want them to share that. And yeah, like not to sound bougie, but it was like, fuck, I want them to come on a private plane. Like I want
Yeah.
them to experience this. So like these things is, I guess, my way of paying them back through experience.
Yeah, and there's something to be said for like I don't know what it's called. Like I don't know what the word is, but like when you just want to give things to people, like when you have like whatever, I don't know what that feeling is, but you're just like, fuck here, like just take this. Like I want to give you this shit, like whether it's like an experience or gifts or whatever. But I think that there's something about a life that's lived to where you arrive at a point where you want to give a lot of stuff away. Like you want to really give to people. And I think that that's something that I think comes through, I mean, motorsport in your case or my case or whatever. But it's like if you've got some kind of dynamic where someone's done so much for you, and then you can get to a point where like you just have this like overflow of like wanting to give. Fuck, that's a cool life to live.
Yeah. Does it release, like, does giving release like dopamine or something? Like, is there a, I don't know, but I feel like you do get some, ultimately it's like happiness. But yeah, I always thought like it's maybe you just get to an age where you prefer like giving a gift as opposed to receiving. But like, Christmas, for example, like I'm not really fussed about the gifts I receive, but I'm more excited about like, oh, like open your present I got you. And it's like, so I get more kicks off that. And yeah, I don't know if it's the position I'm in, or I think it's just an age thing where you're like, all right, like I want to give back obviously to my parents as an example, who invested so much time and, even financial aside, like just time,
Yeah.
like their days off, like investing that. My sister has a nephew, or I have a nephew and a niece now. My sister has two kids. I can see how time consuming kids is. I see that now firsthand, not being a kid anymore. And I'm just like, man, like you can't get 2 hours to yourself. So for them to also give up a free weekend or something, I'm just like, oh, yeah, you definitely appreciate it the older you get. Absolutely.
Yeah, I have that, where I'm like, man, I don't know if I could have a kid. Like, I'm just way too selfish.
Yeah, it's tough, mate. Like, I think about that as well. I'm like, oh, yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah. But then people get so much joy from it. It's like, I just don't see it. Like, I get it, but I don't get it.
And that's what they say. It's like you won't get it till you have it, and then when you have it, you'll know, and it all makes sense. So, yeah, I guess there's that to trust or believe in, I guess.
Yeah, big tangent. We went away from Supercross predictions. Not mad at it.
It's a good time. Anyway, everyone listening is probably like any moto fans like, why is it we don't need Supercross predictions from this guy?
Hey, you need to get your soupy shine. I reckon you've got more street cred than there's led to believe.
Yeah, I am. So, I mean, you said you're like a bit of a tech nerd and that, and I guess I'm a bit of an info nerd, when it comes to things I care about, and that's, yeah, like call it Supercross, and I mean I say Moto and UFC. Like,
Yeah.
I'm listening to all the podcasts, press conferences, like talk shows. Just I'm all in. So yeah, I do love, like, there's never enough information on those two things that I love. So I guess through that I am a bit of a nerd, but I still can't ride for shit. So it kind of takes away some street cred.
So we talked about Ando before. I feel like if you could be any rider, in terms of like the parallels between like career impact on the sport / culture, Jason Anderson, Daniel Ricciardo. I feel like it's a pretty apt comparison. He's got the merch with Team Fried. He's like kind of the music guy. He's cool as fuck. Is that like a kind of similar comparison? Like who do you think you're like similar to in the sport?
This sounds really bad, me comparing myself to
I'm
Supercross
asking you to do
riders
it.
who
You're
can
not
do a
throwing
lot
yourself
more
out
than me.
there.
No, I get like for sure with El Hombre. There's some there's definitely some similar interests for sure, and like I love the shirt out, the I don't really care kind of vibe. And mate, as you touched on, like the stuff he does with Team Fried and that, like he's definitely brought in. I don't even know if it's like a different audience, but probably just like a new audience into the sport. And what works for him is it's him. It's. I think like all these things, like what's powerful is that it's you, and he's not trying to do it to be someone else or to get a different crowd. So I think strikes as to me is very authentic. I know he likes spending a bit of time in LA. Doesn't mind a bit of a Hollywood scene, so there's a couple similarities. Good. There's some Dirty Mo. I mean, I don't really have a Mo right now, but he rocks a pretty good Dirty Mo. I'm not against that. And yeah, good soundtrack. He's got some good music to go with his clips. Yeah, so I think Kawasaki, like that's really interesting. I mean, I hope obviously both riders are well and healthy and ready for the first round. But I think him and Cianciarulo's yeah, cool set of teammates. Like AC is a guy that obviously I think a lot of people just want, to be healthy and to have just a kind of smooth season, if you will. Obviously crazy talented, and I think, I think just the setbacks with the injury have hindered some of his talent, if you know what I mean. Like just to not have that like rhythm, that structure, that routine of, just for it being so interrupted. I think that obviously knocks you around a bit, physically, mentally, and all the rest of it. But I think a healthy AC is always exciting to watch, and he's also a character, and I think he's like blossomed into his own person.
Yeah.
I think he's really broken out of that shell, being the all-time this and the prodigy and whatever as a youngster winning everything. Like I think he could have been a very like button-up kind of kid, but certainly has his own style, and I think he's a really good personality for the sport as well.
Man, I was at Geneva Supercross when he had like the first shoulder thing. Man, he was going so fast. Like we missed like there's like a what could have been in terms of like just how good he was riding. Like it was absolutely insane, and then he just got unlucky, and like people want to talk about him like he's injury prone and this and that, but it's like, man, the variables that are at play in this sport, there's just sometimes luck is just a motherfucker. And like he's a dude that has been bitten by just bad luck. And it's like, man, if we saw the AC that was like ripping in Geneva, like it was crazy shit. It's just like, yeah, we had something taken from us, and we should all feel a bit upset about that, I reckon, because you personally know him. He is one of the nicest guys that could possibly be in this sport as well. So he's one of the guys too where I wish there just wasn't as much focus on winning as what there is. Like this sort of one dude can win, and it's like, I get this as a criticism from people. It's like, well, that's what fucking here to do. And it's like, I get it. I get we're here to win. But one guy does. There's 19 guys that are essentially losers. We've got to find a way to be like still able to froth these dudes that aren't winning every single weekend, and just like really understand the impact that they've got on the sport. It's like Jason Anderson didn't win that many main events last year. Neither did Adam Cincerillo. Guess what? Both of them need to be in this sport. Like 100% need to be in this sport. There needs to be an avenue for them. There needs to be a way for them to make money. Like it's got to be more than just the result, you know, because you get some guys that are just so fucking rad.
Yeah, and it's like I certainly, as you know, as much as I listen to it because I just love the sport and I love, as I said, like just soaking up as much information as I can get. It's like I get so frustrated and kind of angry where, again, like if they're not winning, they're getting criticized, and it's like, dude, it is one of the hardest sports in the world. Can you do what he's doing? Can you even not even do what he's doing? Can you even just, I don't know, like do a double? Probably not. I know I can't. So, like, just reserve some of your comments, please, because it's, yeah, I get it if it's basketball and, you know, someone is missing free throw after free throw, like,
Yeah.
sure, that's movement, which, you know, I guess if you're getting paid whatever, you should probably make more of those shots. But it's different. It's different with this sport. So, like, just hold fire a little bit. And you're right, mate. Like, yeah, of course, there's a winner, but dude, there's 20 other dudes who are still doing pretty awesome stuff. Race and on that night and have a story to tell and are just, yeah. So yeah, that's definitely, yeah.
Yeah. And
That's where
like,
I sit on it.
and like AC rode most of the last season without being able to feel his hand. Imagine that. Nah, man.
Yeah, and that's yeah, and it's the same as, so like we don't know what injuries are going through. Like to even ride a moto and not fatigue is insane in itself. Let alone trying to do it with an injury. And it's the same with MMA, you know, with UFC. Like it's round 3 and they've already copped, you know, 80 hits to the face and 20
Yeah.
leg kicks, and you're still saying, oh, why didn't he see that shot? Or he's moving a bit slower, or she's doing this. It's like, yeah, you take that damage and see how you feel. So it's like, I get there has to be people that talk about it, but I think we should 100% like bring the athletes up
Yeah.
more as opposed to like bring them down or critique them. Like, sure, give them some whatever, but it's like, like they're superhuman, the stuff they're doing and what they're going through. So they should definitely be praised more.
Yeah, and there's always the element of like we always give dudes flowers when they retire. You know, and then like once they're done, you're just like, oh, he was so good. Like this, think of it. And it's like, do it now. Do it now.
Yeah.
Like he's right here in front of you. Give him some fucking flowers right now. Like that's kind of, I guess, my like attitude towards it is just like, man, superhuman. Can't even fathom, you know, what you do. And I mean, I'm sure even for you, it's like you would, anyone that like would ever say like, oh, what's it like to go through a corner that fast? You're like, this response you would want to give people is like, dude, you can't even fucking imagine it. Don't bother. You know, like it's so far removed. Like that's what I took from doing the lap with Jack is just like, oh, okay. Oh, okay. I'll shut up. Like I can't even, now that I've done it, I can't even qualify what I just did. Like the gap of processing what just went down is like something I can't even do now. So like I should just shut up from here on out.
Yeah, mate. And that's like, as I said, the first time I put my leg over a big dirt bike, honestly, I thought it would have been easier. Like, and I'm not saying I thought it was going to be easy, but I thought it would have been easier. And mate, as I said, this was just a 250, and I was like, oh my Lord. I was like, no, like just no. So, and that's where, like with Formula One, I actually, over time, I become less frustrated because no one's actually able to try it. So they don't really know. So like if they're like, oh, but why is it physical, or why do you need to be an athlete, or this or that, I don't take offense to it, because I'm like, actually, you know what, they don't know, like, because they haven't experienced it, they can't experience. So yeah, like, okay, they don't get it, which is fair enough. But yeah, I think anyone who's invested in a sport or covering a sport, I think needs to at least have tried it to
Mm.
then start to throw out some some criticism,
Uh,
because
dude,
it's a real one.
Ben Townley has been like the running joke between me and him. Like, so he built this whoop section at his place like a couple years ago, and I just commented like pussy shit on it or something like. Just, and he has not let it go, and he has just been like every single set of whoops. Like, he's trying so hard to get me to build a set of Supercross whoops, and it's like, there's your skin in the game. I'm just going, nah, man. Like, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's funny that you reminded me of, so like the retiring, like giving them flowers when they've retired. It's the same. Like I get a lot of the time frustrated, like when someone passes, like whether it's
Mm.
I don't know, or it's the same
An
principle
artist, a
basically, but it's always like,
driver.
oh yeah, like that he was such a good whatever, yeah, maybe like an artist or something, and it's like, well, he's like, criticize them for this and this, and now that they're gone, you're like, you say that. I'm like, why didn't you do that whilst they were still here? Like, so yeah, it's I guess it's the, what is it, you don't know what you got till it's gone, like that
Yeah,
sort of stuff.
yeah.
But it's just human nature. But yeah, you're right, mate. Like, going back to it, I think the riders should get a lot more love and credit. And you don't want to drive them out of the sport. Like, you want to keep them in there, as you say, like Anderson, Surreal. Like, you want these guys in the sport, so don't drive them away from it.
Dude, Jeremy said a line to me like years ago, and he goes, "It's a lot harder to make a new Chad Reed than keep the old one."
Old Hammer, shout out Hammer.
Yeah. And that's all you need to know. And it's the same, like once these guys are gone, and it's like, dude, James copped it for his entire career. Like, people made careers on fucking shitting on that dude. And then it's like the same guys are the ones that just like scream for him to come back. And it's just like, hey, you did this. You did this.
Yeah,
He fucking hates this shit now and thinks everyone hates him, not to put words in his mouth. But it's just like, there's guys that they can make their career on shitting on people, and then they're the same ones that want them back when they're gone. And it's like, hey man, we won't ever, like, especially a guy like James, right? So it's like, you got to realize, like, ooh, we ain't ever getting this dude back. Like, there's not going to be another one of these guys. And it's like, so you want to drive that dude out. And I mean, I see it in like the comments about anything I do with Jet, anything I do with Danger Boy. It's like that regardless of what they've done. I mean, Jet's already pretty certified in my opinion, like to win a championship year 2, like that, he's a fucking G. But, even Danger Boy, to do what he's done, to be the son of Brian Deegan, and to be, coming through and like operating at the level he already is operating at. It's like, don't shit on this kid at all, ever. Like, there's no reason to be shitting on Jet or Danger Boy, because it's the same thing. Like, they're going to be gone. Like, there is these guys that they are special and they do stand out, and they're undeniable. Like, you can't fabricate some of this stuff. It's like Max, like you can't fabricate that dude's greatness. Like, he is a fucking G. And it's like, he's a young killer, and he come in and he's been doing it since day one. It's like, you don't get these guys that often. Like, you can't shit on these people, because they'll leave, and they might leave the party early.
yeah, man. Like, you sometimes your haters as well are your biggest fans. And
Mm,
that's uh that's how it is. And like Deegan, like, even if, and I guess, like, I'm assuming, his haters are the ones saying, yeah, but he's got all the equipment and all the facilities or whatever. I'm like, okay, maybe, but the kid is still doing it.
yeah.
Like, it's not this talent and this will to do it, and the risks he's taking and whatever, like it's not falling off a tree and he's just collecting it and saying, thanks, I'll take that. He's still putting his body on the line. He's doing it all. So, okay, like maybe he is in a more like privileged position than some others. Like, fair enough. But he's still putting the work in. So you can't hate him for that. And like that's what his family built. Like he didn't ask for that. He's got it, but he's also doing very well with what he's got. So actually, like you have to applaud that because he's using everything to the fullest and making the most of it.
Yeah, and I hope that this is like the generation that changes it too. Like I spoke a little bit about it on the podcast with Tom, but it was like, to me, like, so Danger Boy would be making more money off YouTube than Star, which is crazy, right? And it's like Jet doing the numbers. I mean, I know he's on pretty good money with Honda, obviously, but it's like there's like these guys that are starting to kind of like make money, and so you could never do this in F1. Like F1, like this doesn't apply, so null and void to your sport. But in terms of moto, like you're going to be able to make more money off your own personal brand than what these teams are going to be able to afford to pay you, some of these guys. So it's like there's going to be like a massive shift. Like you just don't see that in other sports. Like I think that we're in a pretty unique position with that, and it's going to be interesting, like, because for me, what that does is gives them leverage. So, like, I think you have a crazy amount of leverage in your sport because of, like, your personal brand and your fan base and the things that you've got going on. And, like, that, you bring that leverage to the table for sure. And I'm sure that McLaren wanted to sign you based on a lot of that, like, what you brought to the table. So imagine if you're making more money than what they're going to be able to pay you. Imagine the fucking swag like that you can have, and imagine what that could do to like your ability to win races going forward.
Yeah, that's where you've got to, in that situation, probably put some of your ego aside. You
Yeah,
might have
true.
to give a few kids a pep talk on that, because if you're in your head bigger than the team, that could also be a dangerous, let's say, mindset to be in. But Matt, I totally get you, and I get where you're coming from. It's crazy. It's crazy to think that.
Yeah.
That's
like, because you could just do what you wanted to do to win. But I mean, that is the correct argument from the other side of the table. Is like, it is a team sport. You still need the best bikes, but yeah, I really think that in terms of like breaking out of the bubble and like the control that, you know, like the sport can kind of put you on. Because I guess you could argue that Connor did that, right? In a certain sense. Like he was almost bigger than the UFC in a way.
Yeah. Yeah. That was, yeah. But do you think he, I would say that was naturally him as well? Like, do you think he intended, obviously he had a plan, but like that also just kind of exploded and happened, and then he obviously ran with it. But like, what, I don't know, how do you see that? Like, do you think it was his intention initially or not?
Dude, first of all, who knows with that guy? He is legitimately crazy.
We're probably going to go on another tangent here.
Oh, but I mean, you know what though? As I'm saying all of this, and I just mentioned Connor. As soon as I mentioned Connor, I was like, yeah, not the move. Danny's right. You don't want to be bigger than the team, and you don't want to be bigger than the sport. Yeah, that's probably too hard of a thing to navigate, I reckon. Like, maybe it is better to just kind of stay in line a little bit, because, but I don't know, but like, yeah, Connor lost his way, I guess, in a sense. Like, maybe he just took it too far. And I think that, you know, I was saying like the Daniel Ricciardo character, that's a guy that's playing the character. And like, you can you can play a character and then it's like you get lost in the sauce, and then you don't know whether you're playing the character or who's you. Like, the line gets real blurry. And so I think like that's like kind of the danger. So I feel like he could have just like leveraged the shit out of that whole situation, and obviously did. Like he made like he's like a new money that made old money kind of guy, which is like really, really rare to do. But yeah, like he definitely made some mistakes along the way, and it was probably exactly along the lines of what you were saying. But man, like he honestly, the way that he did, like, talk about at Monza, you made like the reality that was in your head possible. Connor did that for like years at a time. Like it was literally just like this constant manifestation of like everything that he did, the way he was knocking people out, Mystic Mac, like, whoa, that's a run to go on.
Yeah, I was a massive Connor. I mean, actually, this is still my claim to fame. I nominated him for the Ice Bucket Challenge back in, that was going in 2014. Do you remember the Ice Bucket Challenge?
Yeah, yeah.
So after this, type in Conor McGregor Ice Bucket Challenge, and he thanks me for the nomination. So
Wow.
shout out. But anyway, that was a fanboy moment. But I wonder if, so I was like, I mean, I went to Vegas in 2015 in the middle of the season to go and see him fight. I was like all about it, and I loved it. And like I respected it as well because he was doing what really no one had done before, at least in that sport. But yeah, like now, obviously, like it's definitely had a few more ups and downs, if you will, his last few years. And I wonder if, I don't know, like in 10 years' time, you ask him, would you have done it differently? I wonder what the answer would be, because you say like the generational wealth and all that. Like, yes, he's made more than a ton of money, but like all things, like, yes, money makes you happy, but it doesn't define your happiness. And it's like, has he chased too much to a point where he's just pushed it too far? And like, you know what I mean? So I'm like, I wonder what he would say in 10 years time, I guess. I'd be curious to know like what he liked about what he did, and where he was like, yeah, I shouldn't have gone down that path or whatever. I thought he would say like, yeah, I would repeat this to a T if I had to do it all over again.
Yeah, man. Like, and time has a way of humbling everybody. Like Father Time is the one thing that you just can't outrun. And I mean, I don't know, like it's a weird thing that is like, I feel like in my daily life, dude, I just have a second clock like ticking in my head. So I just do so much shit because I'm like, time is coming for me, bro. Like, no matter what I achieve, no matter like, you know, the highs or the lows or anything I go through in my life, time is going to take my number, and it's over, and you'll get humbled by it. So it's like, yeah, you know, that 10-year window, like that's just time coming to collect. You know, you might not be dead in 10 years, but it's going to make you reflect, and it humbles everyone, I reckon. And there'd be an element of that shit for sure. And you know what's crazy, dude? Like that Woodley fight with Paul, like Jake Paul, that was another Aldo moment, bro. Like there was nothing doing in that fight. Like me and one of my buddies, Jacko, was just like, we were just texting the whole time, being like, this is a fucking snooze fest. Like I actually can't believe how shit this fight is. Bang. I was just like, whoa. Like, where did that is like somebody shit, like doing their version of reality, just starches this dude. And it's like this train of like these 4 fights that he's gone on, and like everything that he said and all the press conferences, like it's almost like you're just speaking this shit into existence. And like, if you want to talk about ego, like that is all ego. And it's like at some point, it's like a pendulum, right? So it's like you're just in this ego pendulum. It's like it's gotta swing back the other way. And I feel like after the maybe like the Habib fight, where like Conor just got fucking belted, man. Like that really, it's like the pendulum swung, and then like hitting the old dude in the bar, and just like the wheels kind of fell off the wagon. And it's almost like, you know, if you want to live in like that ego space, you can really make some crazy shit happen. Like you know, because there's been times with me, like I've been obsessed with myself in a sense of like, I've had an idea of something I could do, and I've been obsessed with making it happen, and it's happened exactly how I wanted it to happen. But there's like a come down effect to that, you know, like you just can't live in that all the time. And I just feel like, man, some of those guys are just going like those crazy runs of just like years of just like mad, obsessive, ego filled shit. It's like that train has gotta fucking stop at some point.
I guess with it, you know, like you lack accountability, you know, and that's where if you're so clouded by, here's me now trying to understand how the ego works, but if you're so clouded by your ego, then you're not accountable for the stuff that didn't go right. Or so, you know, like say, for example, Connor against Khabib, it was like, yeah, but I'm better than him. I should have or would have or could have, but I didn't train or I didn't do this, but I like, yeah, I'll fight him tomorrow and beat him. It's like, but are you actually holding yourself accountable for the stuff that you need to improve, that this or that? And it's like your ego is just kind of the answer to everything, where it's like, so that's, look, again, from the couch, from the outside, that's what I would question. I'm like, has it just got in the way of your progress?
Yeah. Oh, definitely,
your
man.
like evolution, development, all of that. Yeah.
Oh, dude, yeah, 100%. And like again, it's just like a tool, you know, it's just a hammer.
I like the hammer one.
Don't want to repeat it. So we've almost done 4 hours, mate. I don't want to keep you past the allotted time that we nominated. Bathurst 12 hour. Like, are we in for a show or what? Come on, I can handle it too.
So I heard you've been speaking to Jack doing about it. So
Yeah.
what do you say? You need like 3 years?
Yeah.
All right. I mean, I plan on keeping very good relationships with McLaren beyond my F1 career. So I think we'll have a car to do it. If I'm being presumptuous. So yeah, you basically, it's on you. You've just got to get good enough.
Yeah. So what is all right? So how good? All right, I've got the neck trainer, so I'm already in on that.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Jace messaged me like, what neck training device do you use? I want to get one. I'm like, all right, that's pretty keen. But I honestly like that would help you in jiu-jitsu, right?
Yeah, that's why I got it.
Has to. Yeah. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah. I'm not. So I've learned quite a lot about habit making over the last few years. I don't know if you like reading that much, but there's a book that I've probably sold about 5,000 copies of this book. It's called Atomic Habits, and it's like
I've heard of it.
Oh,
yeah.
Dude, it's so good. That's a really, really good book. But so it's not a habit yet. So I'll put it that way. Like I'll grade myself honestly. But I'm getting better with it, and I'm starting to feel less awkward when I do it. But yeah, I was just getting crazy neck pain from, like, when I'm in here, like I'll some days do 10 hours at the desk, and like my shoulder starts locking up, and like my hands go numb. Like it's definitely not a healthy lifestyle, the way that we sit and like make content, but it just sort of is what it is. So that's when I was having some like real neck pain when I hit you up about that. And, I was like, just wanted to do it. And then with jiu-jitsu as well, like I got choked, by a dude, and it's like a DAS choke. I don't know if you know what a DAS choke is. And,
yeah.
Like you can kind of,
isn't that like a Ferguson special?
Oh baby,
A
yeah.
DAS?
Yeah, he runs some DASs. But so like to finish a DAS, you can just do like a neck crank basically. Like it's actually kind of hard to choke someone with a DAS, but it's like real easy to just make, like it's just too painful to go and you'll just fuck your neck. And I was trying to escape a DAS, and my neck got jacked from it, eh? And so that's actually when I asked you about it. So it was for jiu-jitsu. But then I noticed the other day when I did that track day, like on the road bike, like my neck was fucking sore. So and my posture's not that good. So I was just like, all right, I'm gonna run a thick neck. But then I was like, ooh, Bathurst 12 hour. All right. Because honestly, like the idea come from from Miller, because he just raced the Bend in South Australia. So like he spent like 140K. I don't know if I should have said that number, but he spent like 140 grand just to fucking race with his mates at the Bend. And he ended up selling the bike. So he's like, made some money back. But like bought a race bike off Ducati and then just went and like we had like a pit box and my dad was a mechanic, Franco, like all the boys. And we just went down and we called it the Send at the Bend. And it's like he just had so much fun. And then when we were making like the doco about it, and I was like, fuck, we got to do this with Danny, dude, because you just don't, at the top tier, like what you guys are at, like your schedule is just so controlled that, I'm sure there's so much like fun shit that you'd want to do. And I feel like I've heard you say at some point that you've like wanted to do Bathurst. And then like just that weekend when I was down there with Jack, like obviously I can't tag team in and do that with him. But I was like, dude, me and Danny have to do 12 hour. And it's like, you have a nap and I'll just try not to put it in the wall. And then we'll just call it good. I'll get a Ricciardo kart and I'll buy like some shitbox car and I'll just start doing some racing. I got access to some good dudes like Shane Van Gisbergen. He'll teach me the lines around Bathurst. Like I feel like I can make it happen.
Well, the good thing is like if that is the objective, then really there's only one track you need to learn, and that's Bathurst. You can become a specialist in that one track. But I would like the circuit. It looks so fun. Like I would love to compete at Bathurst one day. So never did I think it would be with old Gypsy boy, but hey, crazier things have happened. So yeah. So I'm okay. I'm okay. I don't want to confirm it on live audience. I don't know if that's the word, but yeah. But no, we should try to make it happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
But hey,
I'm trying to reserve enthusiasm. I don't want to.
And hey, we'll be realistic. We'll be realistic. If I'm not up to scratch, but like you said, I was thinking about it again. It's that obsessive. Like I've got that obsessive like vein in my whatever, and it's like I just get Bathurst on the sim. Send me some good sim shit, and I'll just Bathurst like. What do they say? 10,000 hours? I'll just fucking do it. It's easy. 3 years, 10,000 hours.
You'll probably be faster than me at Bathurst after that. So I think if you could put those hours in, then we're a safe bet to do well.
I think the 12 hours a 3-man team though. So who's our third wheel?
Would you get Jack Attack in there?
Yeah.
JD?
Yeah, I reckon.
Little whippersnapper?
Yeah. I wonder if he'll be in. He might be in F1 by then.
That's true. Oh yeah, he'll be well occupied.
Mm.
I know Chad. Chad likes a bit of four wheels.
Oh, he would 100% do it.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty cool,
yeah.
Dude. Casey as well. Casey's a bit of a four-wheel guy.
True.
Yeah, we got options. Dude, imagine the bidding war that would take place to be the third seat in that car.
We'll sell it. We'll make some money. Mate, actually before we wrap it up, I feel the two people we haven't really talked about is our boys.
Oh,
Hunter
dude, right?
And Jet. We gotta give them some love.
Where do you start with the boys?
I know. I was just like, where do we start? Well, firstly, I love them.
Yeah.
I love them because they're Aussies, but I just love them because they're just good kids, and I love their story. And Daz is a legend, even though I've only met him once. Legend. So yeah, mate, they're. I I just think they're doing it right. They're just having fun with it. Good kids, good upbringing. I think that kind of shows as well. Like, just have a good kind of family circle. Know what's right and what's wrong, and yeah, I don't know. They just seem like sound individuals, good head on their shoulders, and boy, can they snap the wrist back.
They can lick the stamp.
Oh, mate, it's so
yeah.
it's funny. I
Yeah,
I speak like
I
speak to Hunter quite a bit. Oh, is it frozen?
Wait,
We
got
back.
him. Yeah, we back. Yeah, I mean, it's been one of the. I think there's like a bigger picture at play as well, which is like there's so many Aussies on like the world scene, but I feel like Jet and Hunter, they're almost like they're like the boys, you know, like, I don't know, there's something about those two, like, they're doing it together and, like, the dynamic that they've got, and it feels like, it sort of almost feels like they're the ones, like, bringing everyone together in a way, and, like, Hunter is, people haven't got a chance to see how cool Hunter is yet, like, for all the press and for all the, dude, take a dirt bike away, even Blake said this, actually. You take a dirt bike completely out of the equation, Hunter Lawrence is a kid that you're going to try to spend time with. And there's not that many, like, young dudes that you want to kind of go and hang out with. Like, once you're in your 30s, I feel like the age gap is becomes pretty apparent. But Hunter just kind of smooths out that age gap. Like, he's just a cool cat that regardless of what he's doing, like, I want to be around him.
He's so mature, and like I'll speak to him quite a bit, and I forget that what is he, like 21? Is he?
I don't even know.
Like I don't know. Like, so that's the thing. He's so switched on and definitely wise beyond years, and just a good soul. Like that's probably my best description of him as a human being. He's just a good soul. And yeah, mate, like I love watching him ride and all of that, but yeah, just as an individual, just a good person to be around. And I think he's the kind of guy that, like, I feel beyond moto, like he's gonna be all right.
Yeah.
He's just gonna do something that is, yeah, just he'll be more than all right. But that's a long way away. But you know what I'm trying to say. He's just,
yeah.
He knows how life
that's not
works.
always the case.
No, no, and it's not easy. Like I feel as well for, I say these kids, like, yeah, I'm still a kid, but you know, like some of these, obviously, especially in moto, like you start so young, so
Yeah.
you know nothing else other than, for a lot of the time, it's just dirt bikes. And, you know, like through some injury or just heartbreak or just
Luck.
can't do it anymore. Like, yeah, like you're 21, 22 and you're retired or you're thinking about retirement, or it's like, is there any other sport in the world where you retire at such a young age? And I'm like, that in itself is cruel and it's harsh. And, you know, like then for the kids to pick themselves up and to go and follow kind of another passion or another path to follow in life, like that's not easy. Yeah, even that as a story is be told, but it's also like kind of heartbreaking. And yeah, and it goes back to like, we should bring these guys up and we should praise them as opposed to like try to bring them down and critique them. I'm like, it's not the sport to do that.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I think that it's a weird thing because like you kind of want to take both of the boys as like individual guys and it's like not a package deal, but it like can't not be a package deal. And it's one, like, I'm pretty glad that the Red Bull helmet thing went down the way that it did. Like, I'm kind of glad Jet got his first and on his own. And it's like, cause it's pretty undeniable like what's going on there with Jet. But then I think that it would have taken away from Jet's deal if like they did the package deal straight from the beginning. And then it's like if like the way that it worked out. So to have like the guy like Hunter that's almost like down to play his position and to kind of like go through the younger brother phenom stardom kind of thing and to like still be there, still be banging out the results and like being like the solid kind of dude. Like he's in such a hard position to navigate, you know, like you even think about like the Chase versus Kenny thing and it's like, okay, that's hard to navigate. All right, how about the dude's your little brother? So it's like the humility and the maturity and the willingness to like play the position and to be able to like do it for the family, like at all times. It's like it's bigger than what he is, and like Jet's kind of in a position where he gets to be a little bit more selfish in a way, I think. So it's like I just think that there's just a lot of deeper shit going on with Hunter. Like he's got to face a lot more stuff, and it's like he's handled it just so well, man. And like then to get rewarded at the end of the season the way that he did. So like, yeah, I just think obviously like I get shit for how much I like talk about both the boys, but it's just like it's a special thing that is going on, and you got a guy like Hunter to play that position and to like be the family man and to be the team man, and like he's like carrying that weight, you know, like it's. I think that is special, and I think that that's why you see in a young kid that is like can hang with the older boys, you know, like he's fucking been through some shit mentally.
Yeah, you nailed it. You nailed it. Like I'm not even gonna add to that. Yeah, 100%, mate. It's cool to see though. Like when they hug each other after the race, I think it was the last race.
Yeah.
Like that was, man, like even if I was not a fan of the Lawrence brothers, I'll see that and I'll just be like, fuck, that's cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's mate, they're great. They're great for the sport, and even if they weren't like going for the winning thing, even if they weren't winning, you still want them and need them in the sport. Like that's just how that is. Yeah.
The boys.
Good times.
How good are Aussies though, eh?
Some of them.
Yeah, true. Well, mate,
alrighty.
406, we fucking did it. It's an adventure, eh? It's an adventure.
Mate, it's I'm not naive at all, but like not easy to do this. I'm talking about you now. Like just to sit still for so long, but to like kind of keep that flow of conversation. Yeah. Good for you, Jace.
Appreciate it, Daniel. You know what you said before? I didn't want to interrupt you like while you were telling your thing, but when you said like you get to like sit in the car and like that's your thing, this is for me. Like sometimes, man, and honestly, maybe that's why it's good at times, because like I just don't think about it. Like I don't have a chance to even think about who I'm talking to sometimes, because it's like we're running I don't know what this shit looks like from the outside in, but fuck, it's a shit show. Like it's
Mate, it looks clean.
Oh, it's the biggest shit show, eh? And so, like, there's times where just, like, you sit down, you put the headphones on, I'm just like, oh, finally, no notifications, no people can talk to me. No. So, like, to me, this is, like, it's actually easier, I guess. I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, it's easier than you'd think, because this, to me, is, like, the most chilled I can be.
Yeah, I gotcha. It's funny. It's like, mate, I think just finding like, your passion, then takes you to your happy place, and then that is your place of comfort and enjoyment. So that weirdly is an F1 car or a 110 for me.
Yeah. Well, it is crazy too. Like your name, like obviously, but when I started this, I didn't know you from a bar of soap, and I mean, dude, I've got shit on my Instagram from like maybe like 2012 or 13, where I'm like posting like your race wins and stuff, be like, fuck yeah, Ricciardo, you know. So like I've literally just been like a super fan. And day one of doing this podcast, like yours was like a name on the list that was just like, imagine if, you know. So it's like, it is pretty crazy to be, you know, 200 episodes in and then you're actually kind of doing it. And the way that, you know, to happen too, to like, I feel lucky enough to call you a mate. So just, yeah, pretty crazy what it's kind of turned into.
Yeah, well, mate, like I got to, like, I heard of you through, it was your episode with Chad.
Mm.
And, like, in the end, like, yeah, we've got a lot of mutual friends. So I think, like, we probably would have crossed paths at some point anyways, but it was through that. And then I started listening to a lot of your stuff. And, mate, I'm not only you're Aussie and we got the same interests, but ultimately, like, you're very good at what you do. So, yeah, like we've become mates, but yeah, like I'm not here as like a favor to a mate. Like I'm here because you're doing a good thing. So yeah, good on you.
No, I appreciate it, brother. Well, I'll let you get back to fucking nothing.
Yeah, at least we've got through four hours. That's 4 hours less I've got to do of quarantine.
It was good. I enjoyed it, mate, and I'm so pumped that you finally get on the farm. And yeah, I'm telling you, dishwashing detergent and a hose on your new slab, and you will have so much fun.
All right, I'll send videos.
If you enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. And to listen to the full 3-hour podcast, search Gypsy Tales in your favorite podcast platform or click the link in the description below. Gypsy Gang.